There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Spaghetti?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Nerd, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, molti che viene sotto la meicia.
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired. That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some figgy pudding. Now give us some figgy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knight move?
Wait, help me because there's another draw!
I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
Love game is over.
I know.
It's not gonna be long.
Oh, me too.
Who's gonna climb it off? Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Why is the rain not going through?
Bonjour à la monde. Bienvenue à Paris. Party start.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
What is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Bagel?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's
Because it's the best one. It's actually very complicated at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Nerd! I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, molti che viene sotto la Mecia.
All right, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kramling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave me.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like,
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move?
Wait, how do you get there? Another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah!
Last game is over.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
Who's gonna climb it off? Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the rain not going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Artist star.
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this? There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh. Andrea and Andreas! Andreas! We have you here! We had a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Bagel?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's
Because
easy
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up theory.
complicated at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Nerd! I understood that.
So We made it to London barely.
Andrea, moet ik weer een meisje.
Alright, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave.
I'm out. Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like,
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knight move?
Wait, help me, because there's another draw! I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah! I know.
Me too.
Who's gonna climb it off? Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the rainbow?
Welcome to the final round of the, and I went on Google and figured out how you're supposed to pronounce what I call Reykjavik in Norwegian, what English people call Reykjavik. But I think, based on a Icelandic professor on YouTube, the correct answer is Reykjavik. Anyway, we're a bit late going into the game because the cameras were late to be turned on. Andrea is nowhere to be seen. What a surprise. Alexandra today is playing her 5th international master in 8 rounds. And after d4, knight f6, c4, her opponent usually plays pawn to e6, going into the Nimso Indian, which was the prep for today. But unfortunately, he has played g6. And Alexandra is out of her preparation. Oh, but she plays knight f3. I thought she was going to play f3, which is her usual play against this. Knight c3. Okay. It's going to be a Grunfeld. He's going to go d5, and I have no idea what Alexandra's preparation is for that Her opponent today, the 5th international master she faces in the tournament. He is from Norway, or rather, he lives in Norway. He's from England, and he married a Norwegian, which I can definitely recommend more of you doing. Yeah, he speaks fluent Norwegian, and he's a smart guy, and I've been at his house to play board games, so that's good. Do you have some to spare? I mean, I know at least one unmarried Norwegian. Yeah. I think there's more than one of us. I'm not 100% sure. Well, I know of one. So let me know. Let's adjust the cameras a bit. I did tell Alexandra he sometimes plays the Grunfeld, but maybe she didn't pay attention to me. It kind of seems like she was surprised to see this response. And now she can't get into her normal Grunfeld lines. Andrea no show? Andrea is literally in the background setting up her camera. Can Alexandra still make a norm? No, unfortunately she needed to win yesterday to make it happen. Here is Andrea's camera. Andrea is playing Gudmundur Sveinsson from Iceland, obviously. Gudmundur, the son of Svein, as we have learned how the Icelandic names work. Man, all of Alexandra's opponents have been strong, tough. Honestly, Alexandra really likes that, though. I remember when she played here, like 4 years ago. And she was facing, like, basically every other round, she was facing like a 1600. And she was moving between 1600 and 2300, and she never really, yeah. She was quite unhappy that she was jumping up and down like that. And for her to get to play consistently strong players, I think she quite enjoys. They both avoided the 8-year-old girl. Yes, and all other 8-year-olds. Oh, wow. That is a lousy handshake from Andrea. But let's hope that her Sicilian is going to work out better. Alexandra's clock. Yes. Where is that? We have no clock for Alexandra. Why is that? It seems like Alexandra's board is just not working right now. I don't even have moves. I have to do the moves manually. So, sorry, no clocks. Can we fix Andrea's camera as well? I'll try. You make a good point. Andrea played the Sicilian, which is kind of what we expected. This is pretty good, I think. Maybe a bit lower. Oh. Okay, we're ready for the final round. Okay. Andrea is playing her hyper accelerated dragon. Against pawn to e4, she plays the Sicilian. She goes for the early fianchetto, getting her bishop to point in towards the center of the board. And after these trades, she'll get her bishop in position. Alexandra, on the other hand, she has played pawn to e3 to keep her pawn protected from the pressure. The white pawn and the black pawn exerts. Her opponent then continues his fianchetto. And now knight to f3 from Alexandra. This is a bit dangerous, a dangerous way to play with white, because you're often prone to getting the isolated queen's pawn that Alexandra really disliked in her earlier game. But we'll see how it goes. Gudmundur is an incredible first name. It's pretty good. It's quite normal also for Icelandic people. I definitely know other Gudmundurs as well. Oh gosh. One of the Icelandic grandmasters is Gudmundur Kjartansson, which is Gudmundur, the son of Kjartan. Okay, Andrea's opponent plays c4. He's being very aggressive with his pawns to try and control the center. This pawn formation is called the Maroczy bind. And basically, you're trying to bind your opponent in that you restrict their movements and opportunities. Knight to c6 tries to eliminate this knight so that your bishop may point nicely down the diagonal. And Andrea's opponent plays a bishop to e3, simply protecting the knight in the center. d6 is just to control here so that you can go knight up here without being afraid of the pawn coming in to attack later on. And Andrea seems to be in her preparation, and frankly so does her opponent. They're both playing reasonably quickly at this stage. Bishop out, and now I would expect the knight into the game, and then castling for Andrea. So Andrea is about to castle on move 8. Let's see if Alexandra can beat her score. Doesn't seem very likely, but we'll see. Castling from Alexandra's opponent. Alexandra now has to make a choice. She needs to prioritize her own castling. And basically, black will play pawn to c5 very quickly to try and open up this diagonal by removing the pawn from the d4 square. And Alexandra will need... basically she needs to develop her pieces pretty quick because her opponent is getting very easy play against the white center. So the best way of playing here now is probably to make the trade, because then after the trade you get to move your bishop out and attack the opponent's knight. The opponent moves back, you move back. Yes, the opponent does get that pressure in towards the center, but for some reason the computer says this is okay for white. Although we know from experience that Alexandra, she does not like to have this pawn. Actually, she can take with a knight. And then she avoids having the isolated pawn. So maybe something like this we're hoping is going to happen. And then what I'm dreading is something like this. And that we end up in a position where white gets the isolated pawn in the center and also has that pressure in towards the queen, the knight coming in for the immediate attack on the bishop. Something like this would be strategically unpleasant for white. Should we play bishop e2 then? No, but bishop e2, no, I just showed that bishop e2 is not great. I mean, you can play bishop e2 in the end, but then we talked about this in one of Alexandra's earlier games in the tournament, that if you do end up having an isolated pawn, it's very important that you don't move your pieces backwards and that you try to exploit the short-term activity you do have in trade for the isolated pawn. So, but we'll give Alexandra some time to figure this out. Let me just send a message to see if we can get Alexandra's board. Did Alexandra end up drawing yesterday? Yes, Toad. After a massive back and forth, in the end, the game was a draw. But she was losing twice, winning twice, and drawing, well, once. So the draw somehow felt like the most unlikely result, but with both players having had a winning position twice, I don't know. In some way, it was kind of fair. How has Andrea's tournament performance been so far? She's gaining rating, but she has 2 losses in a row. So she's going to want to win today to finish on a high note. Twitch chess is like watching we spent it with a live commentator. Slides, picture slides with the commentator. That's maybe just my style. There are other commentators that, you know, give more frequent analysis of the board. But I don't know. I think it's more fun just messing around with chat than delving too deep into the chess things. Who's going to win the tournament? I think so there's like 6 people with 6.5 points out of 8. And they're all facing each other. So one of those 6 will win the tournament. And those 6 are Dayak, the #1 rated player. It's the Uzbeki guy who beat Magnus in Qatar, Sulaimanov. Gudmundur Kjartansson is actually on 6.5, so the local Icelandic grandmaster may win the tournament if he beats Sebastian Mazet in the final round. And then there's one more guy on 6.5, whose name I forget. Leia is one? No, Leia is not on 6.5. The final guy on 6.5, no, the final 2 guys are from Lithuania, Paulius Pultinivicius and Pavrin Balakrishnan from the US. Right now, the person leading the tournament is Dayak, who is also the highest rated player in the tournament, but he's losing rating even though he's #1. And he has a tough game with the black pieces for the final round. Suleimanov is Kazakh, not Uzbek. Oh gosh. How many Kazakhs in chat have I offended right now? This is very bad news. 2? You think there's 2 Kazakhs? All of them? Both of them. Oh, that's funny. What did Alexandra end up doing? She played bishop to d2. Bishop to d2 looks really dumb. But this has actually been played quite a bit at Grandmaster level. It looks super passive to just randomly move your bishop out. But the thing is, this move is a good preparation for the c5 move. Because then after c5, you can take this pawn. And now knight to e4, which is the normal response to put pressure here on the diagonal. Then you already gave that knight protection from your bishop, and white is just much better. I don't know if Alexandra knows the theory here, but I've definitely seen bishop d2 being played by some sneaky grandmasters trying to get their opponents out of book. Who prepared Alexandra today, Hammer or Alexandra? Unfortunately, neither. We were unable to correctly predict the opponent's opening. He played like 3 different openings and we focused on one. I'm gonna get some tea. So far, a bit untraditional opening for Alexandra, but her bishop to d2 move is quite solid. So I'm not as concerned about her as I was a little while ago. And Andrea is still in her accelerated dragon theory. I've seen her play this multiple times before. So I'm guessing she knows what she's doing. Hammer's so sad. Hammer's just kind of tired because it's been a long tournament and it's a morning round. And he hasn't had his tea, which apparently has a lot more caffeine than he was led to believe as a kid. This is the last game of the tournament, but there will be new tournaments. Alexandra has already speculated that they want to try to have another tournament next month before their Italy tournament in May. So at this point, Alexandra and Andrea is officially more active as chess players than I am, which is a bit unusual. It's a new reality to get adjusted to. Hammer fixed his hair. No, Hammer just used conditioner before the game because I needed a shower to kind of freshen up. But that meant I didn't have time to make breakfast, so expect a lot of breaks today. I'm not 100%. Happy Ramadan, Rebel, but I'm not doing Ramadan, so I'll have my tea. C5 played by Alexandra's opponent. Here there's only one acceptable response. She has to take this pawn. But I think there's no doubt that she's going to do that. How has your voice been? My throat has been just fine, Luke. I only had a problem during the Prague tournament. It's been completely fine since. What's the name of the tournament in Italy? It's Salento, I think. There's a command exclamation point Italy in the chat with more information if you want to go. What's the most prize money you won from a single tournament? I once won. Alexandra plays the move she needed to play. This was the only acceptable move. I think I won like $7,000 in the FIDE World Cup back in 2013, which for me was a very big deal. I made it to round 3, having defeated David Navarra and Sergei Movsesian, both in the top 100. Maybe they were even top 50 in the world. But then I lost to Kamsky. A5 played by Andrea. I think that's fine. I always get confused about the move orders here. I feel like you're supposed to go bishop d7, f3, and then a5. No, apparently this is wrong. And there's something that if you go takes, takes, and then a5, this is wrong. And what's definitely wrong is if you take, take, and go bishop d7, because then b4 is quite strong. I forget the nuances in this position, but essentially, Black would really like to play this a5 move at some point to prevent White from advancing their queenside pawns. But I'm starting to wonder whether you were supposed to make the trade between the knights first. Because the computer was saying that some knight to b5 could be quite strong now. And the problem with this a5 move is that now you never chase the knight away. This is actually the exact thing I have been talking to both Andrea and Alexandra about. That you got to be careful creating squares where you have no pawns that can push the opponent away. Wow, computer really hates this position for Black. Probably she was supposed to take and then go a5. And her opponent can still go knight to b5 here technically, but it's not as easy because this knight has some defensive duties. And also, if you first defend this guy, then bishop d7. And anytime you go knight b5 now, your opponent can just capture. And this capture is not available with the extra knights on the board, because here you can't get rid of this guy so easily. Because number one, your knight is in the way, but also this knight is protected by another knight. So even if you do capture it with your bishop, you're just going to get a replacement knight in your face. No, actually, this was a big mistake by Andrea. The more I'm thinking about this, the more I'm realizing that this is just bad. And this is Andrea's specialty opening with the black pieces. So she's been slacking her understanding prep. Because you need to practice your move. Or the point of playing the same opening over and over, we kind of talked about this yesterday, but the point of playing the same opening over and over is that you know it incredibly well, and you know the nuances, and you know like the move orders, and like you know the plans, yes, but you got to know more than the plans. You got to know in which order you execute the plan. And here, Andrea is executing her standard plan. So she's showcasing that she knows the plans of the position, but she doesn't know the nuances. She doesn't know that you have to trade the knights before playing a5, because if the opponent's knight gets to b5, you're going to have a really tough time getting rid of that. So if you're going to play only one opening over and over and over, you got to know these kind of nuances. He's 1600. He's not going to play knight b5. No, I don't think he's going to play this either. But even when we're playing against lower rated opponents, that's no excuse for not playing good moves. Even if we do win against an opponent we were heavily favored to beat, we still need to be self-critical about the mistakes we make so that we correct them and don't make them another time, maybe when we're playing a better opponent. Gudmundur is underrated? What's making you say that? Let me check his results this tournament. Gudmundur has beaten... Oh, he's beaten 2 higher rated players and may draw with 2 other higher rated players. He's only played higher rated players the entire tournament, and he has scored 3 points out of 7. Yeah, okay. He's had a very respectable tournament. I am agreeing with chat on this occasion. He does seem a little underrated. How much higher rated? So he's played an average of like 1,825 players, which is ironically the same rating as Andrea. So basically he's been playing against people at Andrea's rating level, and he's scored almost 50%. But there are 2 things to consider here. Number 1, Andrea has been outperforming her rating over the last 2 tournaments, so probably she's underrated as well. And then there's also the fact that... What was my second point? I forgot what my second point is. We'll come back to it. Okay, H3 played by the opponent. Now, Andrea should make this trade to make up for her mistake that she played a5 before trading, but she's probably going to go bishop to d7. And then queen to d2, and then this trade will happen, and she will get her bishop to c6. This is the formation black is aiming for in this opening. You want to have your bishop here, but you want to make sure that this bishop cannot be attacked by a marauding white pawn on the side of the board. That's why you have this pawn to stop that from happening. And then you have the bishop and the pawn, bishop and the knight attacking the pawn in the center. And if this pawn is protected, you can see how white is putting all their pawns on the light squares. And so then you try to trade off the dark squared bishops so that there's lots of dark squares here where you can try and maneuver your knight. Essentially, the dream scenario for black in this kind of opening is something like this, where you manage to maneuver your knight to a dark square in the center, where there are no white pawns that can chase the knight away. And because we managed to trade off the dark squared bishops, there's no bishop that can chase this knight either. And then often you also make a trade with the bishop for the knight. so that you end up in a situation with a white bishop that's not really that good, because in any placement it has, it's going to be blocked by its own pawns. So this is basically what we're hoping for with the black pieces. And it's very important to know our dream scenarios, because if we don't know the dream scenario, we don't know how to execute our plans. So you're allowed to think like there's a lot of people, I feel, who says that, oh, you shouldn't play hope chess. And by which they mean you shouldn't just play moves and then hope your opponent allows you to do all your plans. You're not supposed to do that. But the idea of hope chess, that you envision a bright future, that can be quite good, because that tells you what you're trying to accomplish, and then you need to make calculations on how to make it happen without allowing your opponent to kind of get good moves in between. So this is essentially what we're hoping for. And then it becomes a question, how do we make that happen? For instance, if we play bishop to d7, we're allowing knight to b5, after which there's no hope for us to get this bishop to this square to attack the pawn. We're going to be cramped. We have a lot of pieces, but we don't have a lot of space, because the white pawns are doing a great job of restricting our options. We can't chase away the opponent's knight, and so this would be rather annoying for us. For instance, our plan of trading the dark squared bishops it's not going to happen here, because earlier the bishop was here pointing down here, and then we had a good way of trading. But right now, the white bishop is just not going to want to put itself in a position to trade with the black one, because we can't lure the bishop into the square where we wanted it to be. So we got some instructive feedback for Andrea after the game. This pawn to a5, I think we can basically just conclude that you need to trade the knights in the center before playing a5 as a general rule. In the meantime, Alexandra's opponent has played, and we got a couple of moves there. Knight to a6 was played, putting pressure in towards this white pawn that captured a black pawn. So temporarily, Alexandra is up a pawn. And then she has no way of protecting this guy, because if b4, protecting the forward pawn, then you lose the backward pawn. So you can't prevent the black knight from getting in, but you can capture another pawn, which is what Alexandra did. And now if knight takes back, Alexandra can use her bishop, take out the black knight, and black is actually down a pawn. You're not going to get this guy back very easily. So in order to avoid that, the black knight immediately jumps in to capture the pawn on c5. However, now there's a different pawn that white has extra, and Alexandra goes bishop to c4 to immediately give that pawn extra protection. And this is the current situation on the board. Alexandra is up a pawn, and her opponent is thinking, which is kind of the main thing right now. Her opponent is out of book. He doesn't know necessarily what the computer recommends on the next couple of moves. He's down a pawn, so he has the responsibility to justify his play thus far in the game. And the computer slightly favors white. So all in all, I think there's some good news for Alexandra. It's still going to require quite a bit of accuracy going forward, but the opening has been okay, and her opponent is feeling some pressure, feeling the need to justify having given up a pawn. Is Alexandra's clock broken today? Yeah, I'll do a refresh just to see. Oh. Pardon me. Yeah, unfortunately, Alexandra's game is just broken. So we have no clocks. I'll just do the moves manually. What do you think about Andrea's opponent's drip? He seems very cool. The leather jacket and the watch, too cool for school. This man about to slay some vampires. Do you look up the moves or do you just remember them? I just remember them. And then we get the moves by watching the video feed. Watch, is this allowed? He's not playing Magnus Carlsen. If he was playing Magnus Carlsen, then the watch would be an issue. But Andrea can deal with her opponent wearing a watch. She's strong mentally. He played a6. Okay, thanks. Okay, pawn to a6. The idea is to try and dislodge this white bishop from protecting the pawn. So now computer is saying the only good move for Alexandra is to go pawn to a5, a4. To try and stop this black pawn from moving up. Which kind of makes a lot of sense. So I'm not too nervous about this moment in the game. It feels very sensible to prevent the opponent from knocking your bishop back. And she doesn't go a4, she goes b4. So she's attacking the knight. The knight obviously gonna move into the center of the board. And now if we make a trade, we open up for the bishop along the diagonal. That being said, Alexandra still has the extra pawn, so it feels like this could be okay for her. But computer says after rook c1, b5, threatening the bishop, bishop back, and then bishop to b7, there's actually no way for white to keep this pawn in the center protected. So here black just gets a solid advantage due to the superiority of this bishop on the diagonal compared to the white bishop on d2. Yeah, computer was not a fan of Alexandra's move there. Luring the knight to the center, yes, but also kind of forcing the knight to a better square. No, the mistake was to trade the knights. So basically coming here is not the issue, but the issue is trading the knights immediately. Instead, you need to go rook c1 to evacuate your rook from this pressure that you could face. And then now if pawn to b5, step back, bishop attacks into the center, and you just castle. This is clever. Because now if knight takes in the center, which was a problem in the other variation, knight takes doesn't work because then we can take the other black knight. Because now these guys are dependent on defending each other due to the white knight still being there and posing some questions, putting some pressure. And if instead the knights trade on c3 and then knight takes d5, then the whole situation we had earlier with the black bishop being unopposed, threatening down the diagonal, that's just the opposite case now, because we immediately make the trade. The queen can come in to give a check, and then the rook comes in behind. And here, in comparison with the variation we had earlier, the fact that we didn't make the trade between the knights means that we've managed to activate and trade off our bad bishop, and our remaining good bishop is pointing down towards the king, and our rook is pointing down towards the queen, and at the intersection of these two is the black knight who is feeling the pressure. Okay, so b4 is not a mistake, but we gotta make sure that when the knight moves into the middle, we don't go for the trade immediately and instead go rook to c1. Do you feel the girls should sharpen their opening so a thing like a premature a4 doesn't happen? Sharpen their openings. I mean, they need to spend more time on chess, right? But that's why they're playing these tournaments. Sometimes the best way to train is to play tournaments and make mistakes and then understand what mistakes you made and correct them for the next time. And what we usually say that someone who hasn't played in a while is rusty. And that's kind of what the girls are at right now. They need these couple of tournaments to sharpen their game, to solidify their openings, study their openings extra. For every game you prepare for, your openings are going to get better. Because this is something that applies to every level. But even at Grandmaster level, the best way for me to learn openings is to play them and prepare them for games. Me sitting on my own, checking out what's supposed to be good in an opening is much less effective than me sitting 2 hours before the game, really intensely preparing, feeling like, oh, if I don't prepare well now, it's going to directly affect the outcome of the game I'm about to play. So your intensity in your focus is so much better when you're playing tournaments, which means that preparing openings for your tournament games is one of the best, most effective training methods. Wow, Andrea is still not making the trade between the knights. That's very surprising to me. Oh no, and now after a4, this pawn is going to be difficult to defend, which makes knight to b5 even more dangerous. She's already allowed this knight to go here for 2 moves, but the third move might be the time where he plays it. Because now, after knight here, white is going to realize that the bishop's ability to defend the knight is basically non-existent. And by playing knight to b5 now, you would basically win a pawn. I don't really see any way this pawn can be defended. Oh, I guess we can go queen a5. Never mind. Okay, so you're not losing a pawn. But we are in general concerned with this knight to b5 move because we don't have pawns that can position themselves to kick this knight away. And we also have not a lot of space in the center because white has a really good grip of all these central squares. which means that trades favor the player with less space. That is a general rule. And here the computer is recommending that white basically goes crazy, moving the pawns up. And what do we mean when we say space? Space is essentially having the pawns up high. If you have your pawns far advanced, like white does now, you have a space advantage. If you have your pawns passive, like black does here in the middle, your opponent has a space advantage. And when you don't have a lot of space, you like making trades, because essentially lack of space means lack of good squares for your pieces. And when you then have a lack of space, since you have a lack of good squares for your pieces, you're going to want to trade pieces so that you have fewer pieces in need of good squares. If you have 4 minor pieces, like Andrea does here, then she needs 4 good placements for those pieces. And she doesn't have 4 good placements here because of the space and how the opponent is controlling all this territory in black's half. However, if she were to make a trade, then she would only have 3 minor pieces, and then she wouldn't need as many good squares, which is good because she doesn't have access to that many. So this is turning out to be like a really instructive game. But the problem is that Andrea is kind of on the wrong side of the instructiveness. But like I said, it's about learning, right? It's about tournaments are some of the best ways of getting that knowledge burnt into to your head. Because one thing is also true, that if you do make mistakes and those mistakes end up costing you points in the tournament, you're also way less likely to make that mistake again compared to when your annoying commentator / coach tells you, oh no, you should watch out for squares that your opponent can move to and you don't have pawns to control that square. You kind of filter out what I say, but you're a lot more attentive to your own experience. Does Andrea ever play the Caro-Kann? Not to my knowledge. I tried getting her to play the French because that works so well for Alexandra, but yeah, I guess she doesn't have that year-long experience as Alexandra does. But it would be kind of convenient if they both played the same opening. Less work for the coach. Could you update Alexandra's board? What do you mean? This is the current position. Is there any rule on who sits where? Like white sits left of the table? Good question. There's not a rule, but it is a custom that you place the boards so that the black player has the clock on the right hand side. And then you also place the clocks so that the arbiter can always see the clocks when they walk by. So in this case, Alexandra and Andrea, they're sitting by the window. So the arbiter, the referee, will walk by using the middle lane. And so the arbiter will be looking out towards the window, and that's why the clocks are facing where the arbiter is expected to be. And then you determine how you place the board, whether it's white or black. Does black always start like in shogi? No, in chess, white always starts. How many arbiters are there? I don't know. Usually you would have like at least one arbiter per, I want to say 50 players. And since there are 400 players, there should be about 8. Doesn't black choose what side the clock goes on? Not in these tournaments, no. You're not allowed to move the clocks here. It's predetermined so that the arbiter can see from where they're standing. Okay, rook to e1. For the third time, white has decided not to avoid the trade of the knights. And for the third time, we ask Andrea, please make the trade of knights because your position is cramped. And you would benefit from having less pieces to find good squares for. Why is there no clock for Alexandra's game? The relay board is broken. I can't really do anything about that. Can you be a chess arbiter as a full-time job? No. Chess arbiter is quite a political appointment, and it's not a super well-paying one. But if you know some people in position of power, and you have a yeah, well, I don't hold chess arbiters in very high regard, which is very elitist of me because a lot of them are volunteers. But my experience with arbiters is that they make a lot of weird decisions, and that every time they get involved, it's detrimental to the sporting part of the game. So what I'm trying to say is that knowing the rules is kind of voluntary. You just got to know the right people. They abuse the power. They don't abuse the power. They just, make bad decisions. Andrea continues pushing her pawn up. Andrea so far has broken pretty much every positional idea you're supposed to do in the accelerated dragon. You're never supposed to move this pawn further up because that gives your opponent the option to go with a pawn to b4, which prevents one of your standard plans to go knight to c5. I've been slightly critical so far this game, but I can feel my inner chess rage just boiling right now. She's not trading the important piece that you need to trade in the accelerated dragon, and now she's making sure that her opponent can potentially play the pawn to b4. So essentially the problem with this way Andrea is playing is that now her standard plan of trying to get the knight to c5 can be prevented by the opponent just playing the pawn up. There's a reason you have your pawn down here, because you want to prevent this from happening. And now she's voluntarily making sure that her opponent can take control of this square, avoid that the knight comes up here. And that's like by far the #1 black plan in these positions. Obviously, I don't want to be a bad colleague, but if I was a neutral commentator, I would be calling for Benzea's head at about this time. Let me check if he's in chat. No. You're lucky you're still in a job? What do you mean? I have great prep. So what you're saying is she doesn't know the ideas of this opening? I mean, she knows them, but she's kind of executing them in the wrong way. And she's kind of getting them mixed up. I thought Jules had taken your job. It's under discussion. It's not decided just yet. What about the norm? In order to make a norm, Alexandra needed to win yesterday. Did Alexandra play Rook C1? I think she did, no? That was the right move. That was a very important move for Alexandra. I hope they realize Hammer is hard carrying this channel before they make any rash decisions. I think my commentator job is pretty safe. My coaching job, however, is in a very precarious state. Did Jules say anything? Jules just gave her an opening that made her have a winning position against an international master in 20 moves. He just got lucky. I mean, if Alexandra's opponents played into my preps, then they would be suffering too. It's just that they never do. Do you think Andrea is burnt out? No. I think Andrea is doing just fine. She always does say after the games though that she's struggling in the first hour. But her results are pretty good, so seems fine enough. Did Magnus ever use any of your prep? What are you talking about, Freddy? I was the mastermind behind some of the greatest prep Magnus played in the World Championship against Anand. I used to be a big deal. Copium? maybe a little. I was also responsible for some of the openings that went pretty poorly. You win some, you lose some. The good news about being Magnus's opening coach is that Magnus will usually just win the games without the opening ever really being involved. Being Magnus's chess coach is one of the chillest jobs in the world. Because the boy just takes care of business on his own most of the time. Carlsen Kramnik, Queen's Gambit declined. Yeah. That is one of the greatest ideas I ever had. Thank you, Leviathan, for reminding me. Magnus beat Kramnik in 25 moves. Kramnik didn't stand a chance. Magnus used one of my greatest ideas ever. And Anish Giri commented on it and said, there's no way Hammer came up with something this brilliant. Which is the biggest compliment I have gotten from Anish in my life. What was the idea? Knight to e2. I'll find the game. Chess games, Carlsen, Kramnik, QGD. I want to say it was like 2017. 2016. No, this is not it. Damn it, I assumed it was just gonna pop up. Carlsen Kramnik. Novelty. Magnus Carlsen beats Vladimir Kramnik, helped by the hammer. This is a chess.com report from that tournament. This is just me proving to chat that I used to be a big deal. The intro is quite
For the
long.
tournament, you said you really wanted to beat Vladimir, but why was that exactly?
No, he's a very good
Wait, sound stopped?
player. The games are interesting, but I guess today the game wasn't very interesting. So in that sense, it wasn't that satisfying. But I'll take it, of course.
And can you tell a little bit about the preparation on this knight maneuver? Because that was key, of course.
Yeah, it was Hammer's idea to go knight e2 immediately. So, I mean, the way he plays, he just walks right into what I want, and then it's really really bad for him pretty soon.
Yeah, no, it's
Oh, there's even an interview with me.
it's a good feeling when he gets to use it in such an important game. I think he's gonna cruise to a tournament victory now, and yeah, I'm happy to help.
The smile in Hammer's face. It's good to reminisce about the good old days. Highlight of Hammer's career. Magnus essentially said that his game against Kramnik was completely uninteresting because his opening idea blew him out of the water and he never stood a chance. Imagine. Give us the link. I actually couldn't find the game, but I can give you the link to the YouTube video that we just watched. How do you go from a big deal to your current state? Oh man, people in chat asking the good questions. Yeah, I don't know. We can't all. Some parts of our lives are necessarily peaks. It can't all be the peak. I just peaked early. From coaching a world champion to being fired by Alexandra, what's next? Coaching Tyler? I could coach Tyler. I did a great job coaching Benji Fishy. Benji Fishy got even better than Tyler in a shorter amount of time. Just putting it out there. Tyler is making so many headlines because he's playing so much, but Benji was not playing as much, but playing with incredible progression. Benji the Fortnite god? Well, now he's the Valorant god. But he's godlike in everything he does. Your opening prep with Benji is what I use as my openings today. That's great, Scream. I genuinely still believe it's quite good. In fact, I'm working on making a Chessable course for new players that's based on the same openings I recommended to Benji. You should check it out if I ever finish it. Andrea Queen D6. Andrea actually has a very interesting idea here. She can go knight takes d4, which, to be fair, I have been saying for quite some time. But the timing here is very interesting. Because, well, if you take back with the queen, then you put your queen on the same diagonal as the opposing bishop. So that's not going to be very good. The knight can move, attack the bishop. Bishop attacks the queen. And you win the bishop pair. And you're pretty happy with black's position. So instead, white is going to have to take with the bishop. But then there's this brilliant bishop to h6. And the idea is that, yes, you're attacking the rook. But just as important as attacking the rook is the fact that you're also taking away the e3 square from the bishop. So now this bishop doesn't have anywhere super good to go, and you go pawn to e5 attacking the bishop has to step back, and then you go for the trade and white gets isolated doubled pawns. So this is a very cool way for Andrea to continue here. I mean, it's still very, very complicated. Computer still likes white because of the space advantage. And now there's a black pawn that's not very easy to defend with the queen pointing pressure down against it. But at least we're quite happy that these two white pawns are going to be a long-term weakness that we can attack and try and exploit. Computer here recommends knight e8. And then the knight protects here. And if you're not careful, then the queen will come up here and attack in multiple directions. Bishop g4 on Alexandra's board. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that puts a lot of pressure against Alexandra's position. Computer recommends her to castle, but it looks kind of shaky. Castles, rook c8, attacking here. Bishop back. Now computer says knight to g5. And even though white is up a pawn, you face a lot of pressure from this bishop pointing down on the white queen. So Alexandra needs to be careful for the next couple of moves. But the computer does believe that white's position is perfectly fine. Does someone have good eyesight and can tell what the clocks are in Alexandra's game? "59 minutes for Alexandra. That's not too bad. I feel like they've been using about the same time. So basically, as long as you're not massively down on the clock, you're doing okay. In fact, people care more about how your time is in relation to the opponent than you care about how the time is in relation to a certain number of minutes per move to make it to move 40. So when you start out with 1.5 hours and you get an additional 30 seconds per move, it essentially means that you have 3 minutes per move until move 40 and you get additional time. So you could say that you should spend an average on 3 minutes per move, but the reality of chess is extremely different to that. Because your first maybe 5-10 moves, you're going to play instantly. So then you're building up your time, giving yourself more than 3 minutes per move for the rest. But then the position becomes tricky and you need to formulate a plan and you need to, know how to deal with the different sorts of pressure your opponent is trying to create on your position, like Alexandra is dealing with right here. And then you're going to spend way more than 3 minutes per move. And then you end up spending like an average of 5 minutes per moves, from like move 15 to move, 25, 30. And you end up spending so much time that you're low on time and have to play 1 minute per move for the last 10 moves before you get the extra time. And that's kind of the usual progression of the time situation in a chess game. That you always spend most of your time in the middle. Move 15 to 25, that's always going to be where you spend extreme amounts. Okay, Alexandra played h3. So computer wanted her to make the trade and then play h3. How much of a difference does playing this immediately make? Probably not that much. Her opponent is going to make the trade. If she takes back with the queen, then after knight takes bishop, Alexandra will have to recapture with her king, and her king is going to be stuck in the center, having the black queen point down on it. So that's not going to happen. Instead, she's going to take with the pawn, and the knight is still going to trade for the bishop because you don't want to let white have the bishop pair. And then takes back, rook comes in, attacks bishop, bishop moves back, and we get this sort of position where Alexandra has not yet castled. She got a doubled pawn, but she did manage to trade away those tricky attacking pieces that were giving her a hard time, and she might be ready to castle on the next move. By the way, this would be move 15, and Alexandra still hasn't castled her king. I feel like it's gotta be like it's not a coincidence anymore. This is a trend. She just somehow never finds the time to castle her king. In fact, after queen to d7, she can't even castle because then the opposing queen manages to capture the pawn on the edge. So in this case, she would need to go king f1 and then king to g2. And then the computer loves her position because she's up a pawn. But she had to manually move the king over to this area where she does have some pawns to protect. Okay, the tradings are happening, but the trading happened in a bit of an unorthodox way. Maxim, he chose to capture the bishop first, but we cannot capture the black bishop because this knight is also attacking the bishop on c4. So essentially, Maxim is forcing us to play this correctly and allow the doubled pawns and recapture here with the queen. So, and then I guess he's gonna make this trade. And Alexandra is up a pawn. We shouldn't underestimate the value of having an extra pawn. Computer initially says that black is better here, despite having a pawn less. But the more the computer thinks about it, the more I feel like the computer sees that Alexandra's position is quite okay. And it does put some pressure on her opponent that he knows he needs to justify having given up that pawn in the opening. So I'm optimistic actually in Alexandra's game. I feel like this is going fairly well. Andrea played queen a5. Okay. The story of how many moves Andrea is gonna not trade pieces, which is a staple of this defense. Actually, in this case, now that she played the pawn to a5, it's probably better for her not to trade, because now her knight can go to the b4 square and be a bit annoying down towards this pawn. So now I actually changed my mind. Now the trade would actually be bad unless you follow it up with a clever bishop h6. Because now if you follow the standard plan, then the white pawn will be able to advance and kick the bishop out of its position. So yeah, now given that Andrea has advanced her pawn too far up, in my opinion, now queen a5 makes a lot of sense in conjunction with that plan. Because if they take, well, then you just improve your position automatically. If they don't take, you can move your knight up here and try and be annoying. Basically, this black pawn is 2 steps away from becoming a new queen. So we're quite eager to try and put some pressure on the only white pawn that's preventing us from having the super dangerous passed pawn trying to become a new queen. Alexandra's opponent has played rook to c8, putting pressure against the bishop. And I would be surprised if the bishop doesn't just move back to keep its protection of the d5 pawn in the center. She did. Good comms. That pawn will be a pain in the butt for the opponent. Yeah, no, this pawn could be an asset. It could be good, but this guy could also be good. So basically, the fact that these two guys have passed each other means that they both could be good. White is hoping for a world in which this guy can join an attack moving forward on the queen side. And that wasn't previously possible because of this pawn always blocking. Essentially, if we had gone queen up here now, it would be more difficult for white to try and advance over here because every time you advance, we make a trade, and then we open up for our rook to attack along the edge of the board, where black is under control. But since we advanced the pawn first, now there's no trade, and this guy can advance without being afraid of allowing the black rook in along the edge. At least one Botez castled today. I'm still holding out hope for a second, but we're not spoiled with early castling. Wow, congratulations, Toad. I've been watching a lot of RuneScape videos the past month, but I'm too busy to be playing. Old school, Pat. What are you drinking? Today, I'm having a Lady Grey, my #1 choice. How many cups of tea do you drink per day? I drink one, but not a cup. One of these. So 5 cups maybe. Only one bag? Yeah, one bag is more than sufficient. There's absolutely no need for more. You should try it out. What's Alexandra's reason for not castling earlier? Because there's always something more important to do. It's basically the definition of procrastination. You're like, oh, I really should be doing this task, but it kind of irks me to do that. I'm gonna do all this other stuff. I'm gonna develop my bishop. I'm gonna develop my entire queen side before I start bothering getting my pieces out on the opposite side of the board. So she prioritized getting her bishop out here and her rook in, and she did all of this stuff before she felt like moving the king over was important. Have you ever tried Irish tea? I basically haven't tried liquor in my entire life. So no is the answer. Gudmundur played bishop to d3. I mean, we welcome this move. Do we have some kind of a tactics now? This bishop is pointing down here. We have a queen pointing here, a knight pointing here. It feels like there should be some tactic. I'm curious about knight to g4. Because knight to g4 opens up an attack against this knight. And if they take our knight, then we're going to take their bishop. And if they take our pawn, yes, that's check. But we have an attack here. Oh, no, I can't count. I thought I was going to be up a piece here. Oh, darn it. For some reason, I thought I was going to have like an extra knight or something at the end of this. But turns out we're just down a pawn. That's not great news. Ah, but Engine, look at this. Engine says we can take back with the pawn because we can give up this knight because then we can recapture this one. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so there's definitely something going on here. Definitely something in this kind of area. Any other plans? We could go knight to b4. Ah, but maybe the point of this bishop maneuvering is that the bishop can go down here and then keep this pawn completely protected while also kind of pointing towards the black king. That's a good maneuvering. That's actually very clever from white. Any other plans we could try? Nah, I'm kind of stuck on this knight to g4. I kind of like it. What about knight takes e4? Yeah, the problem there, knight takes e4, is that if the bishop recaptures, the bishop once again opens up the queen's ability to defend the knight in the center. And at the end of all these trades, turns out we just lost the knight for nothing. So even though we're trying to exploit the fact that this bishop blocks the queen from protecting the knight, we got to make sure that whatever kind of trickery we try to do, we don't allow the bishop to kind of move and open up the queen's protection again. Alexandra played b5. Her opponent played queen to d6 first. b5. b5 doesn't really make any sense to me. But it's one of the computer's top choices. Oh, it's actually the computer's top choice. The reason I'm saying this is because if you go pawn to a3, you have your pawns on the dark squares, which is usually nice when you have a bishop on the light squares. So from a purely kind of having the pieces work together in the best possible way, I thought this made a lot more sense. But the computer says that here after a5, this is pretty good for black, because if you capture, then the queen is just putting pressure against so many things. It's just unpleasant to be white in this circumstance. And that's why the computer actually favored pawn to b5. Because you're giving up a lot of dark square control, right? You moved a pawn from the dark squares to the light squares, and you have a light squared bishop, and most of your pawns are on the light squares as well. So the big problem in Alexandra's position right now is her lack of control of the dark squares. Deja vu, speaking of yesterday. She's given up her dark squared bishop. Her opponent does have a dark squared bishop. She hasn't castled. And her opponent is targeting the dark squares. This is basically a complete do-over of yesterday. That being said, yesterday she almost won. So it doesn't have to be the worst thing in the world. Maxim's rating was 2400 back in 2009. Yeah, he is an international master, which already is kind of a clear indication that he's pretty good. I cringe every time you pronounce Alexandra's name wrong. I don't think I'm doing it too wrong though. Because even though like the American way is always going to be like Alexandra, They're Romanian, and you can tell from basically when Alexandra pronounces Andrea's name, her pronunciation is way closer to Norwegian than it is to American. And so I think the Romanian way of saying Alexandra is always going to be quite close to the other European countries. I am Romanian and you pronounce it very good. Thank you, Cornell. The trick is just to pronounce it in Norwegian. Is Andrea's eval stuck or did she blunder? Oh God. Oh, eval is stuck, thank God. Wow, it turns out not only are we not a fan of morning rounds, apparently the Stockfish chess computer, not a fan either. Okay, it was just broken. Stockfish up late partying? I can neither confirm nor deny. But like, for how long has Andrea had the opportunity to make this trade and decided not to do it? I remember having some... I talked to Andrea about these similar positions, and I'm pretty sure I taught her this plan that she's about to execute now. Oh damn, am I revealing that I am at fault for her not knowing the basic plans within the Accelerated Dragon? That may have been a self-burn right there. You know, there's limited coaching time. But the idea I did teach her, I thought that she was more, you know, aware of the basics. So I taught her the tricky stuff. So the idea I taught her is to go back with the queen, and then you go pawn to h5, which is a very Andrea move to do. And then you go king to h7 and queen to h8. This is the plan I taught her to put pressure down the diagonal. It feels like this is what she's kind of going for right now. It's a bit time consuming though, it must be said. This isn't gonna happen? Non-believer in chat. This could happen. There's also some ideas where you go like queen here, and then if the opportunity presents itself, you try to trade off these dark squared bishops. This is also like a thing. Okay, Alexandra's opponent, oh, he didn't play pawn takes b5. Yeah, someone was saying that after pawn takes b5, the best is not to recapture, but to castle. But I'm pretty sure Alexandra has that under control, because if she does capture, then rook takes, trade, then the queen comes in, pressure on the knight, check on the king, the knight has to block, and then the rook comes in. And this is just very obvious that this is good for black. So she's definitely not planning to recapture the pawn. So her plan is just to if the pawn captures, she's just going to castle her king, get the king to safety. And if black then tries to protect the pawn, then she's just going to defend her knight, move the knight away. She lost a pawn in this circumstance, but she was already up a pawn. So not that big of a deal. It's okay to miss out on a pawn when you already have one extra. As long as you get your king out of the center and the king to safety, that could be a worthwhile investment. And frankly, the pawns black got in return, it's not the greatest pawns in the world. Double isolated pawns, blocked by a white bishop, protected by a pawn. So it's very unlikely to see these guys becoming a new queen. So b5 was the top engine move, and it's definitely posing some problems to her opponent, who's been thinking for quite some time on this move. You aren't really expecting Alexandra to castle, are you? Scorpion, I think we are at move 17. So I think castling is on the table. Alexandra never even considers castling before move 15. But after move 15, I think it's okay. She's going to castle. Did I miss the sandcastle stream? Oh, I kind of hope that video is going to happen. Alexandra Castle is at 50 moves already. I do like your joking, guys, but I do also have to point out that once again, 2 Twitch chatters have made the same joke in the same second. Originality in a 5-digit viewer stream. So difficult. Did Andrea blunder or something? No. Andrea has an equally bad position that she's had the entire game due to her accelerated dragon opening. That is not, working quite the way she was probably hoping. Okay, queen d8, h5, and king h7. That is my prediction for the next couple of moves. I'm not too big of a fan. I kind of like this maneuvering from Gudmundur, because it also means that if we try to put our king on the h7 square, this bishop is going to be quite powerful, pointing down towards where the king ends up. But at the same time, I don't really see a different plan for Andrea. Because right now, going with a knight to b4, that's going to be pretty useless, since this white pawn we're targeting is so well defended by the white pieces. And like Andrea would like to improve the positioning of this one. But if you move this one away, then you allow the white knight to get into the center without the black knight being able to recapture. That being said, the white knight can probably go into the center next move no matter what, which is not great. Queen back, knight up. It's unpleasant for black, but here we might actually be okay with just going for all the trades and then pawn to b5, and we try to basically, white is happy to have these pawns protecting each other up the board, but then we come in and we try and disrupt that coordination, which could be okay. I like the way white has organized their pieces so far. And I have no idea what Andrea is really planning moving forward. because her lack of space is becoming a major issue. And her lack of ability to control with her pawn these two squares is a bit of a long-term concern. Actually, this square as well. All these squares are potential hotspots for the white pieces. And now this knight can move up, because previously this knight had a job to defend the pawn on e4. But since this bishop, it's a very defensive bishop. But sometimes you need to have one defensive piece to give the rest of your pieces the license to just roam and, you know, make things happen. And that's kind of what's happening with this bishop. This bishop is doing all the defensive work so that the rest of the pieces can go attack. Okay, what did Alexandra's opponent do? The knight moved. Knight to d7. That feels like a good move. Because now the knight could potentially come up through the center to make pressure. But computer says after knight e4, white is significantly better. Wow. And it makes, like, knight e4 makes a ton of sense. Because it takes control of both these dark squares. And also it opens up for the queen against this square. But one thing that is a big problem with knight to e4 is that it allows the trade between the rooks and then the queen coming in to give a check on the king. And here the only acceptable move is king to f1. Allowing your pawn to be captured with a check. But you have to make the realization that in the ensuing position, the fact that the white queen controls the open file and is able to get into an attacking position on the next move gives white the advantage. This is very difficult to understand. Very, very difficult. So it's more likely that Alexandra is going to castle. But in some good news, castling allows queen to f6 when the queen is attacking both the knight and the pawn. And then in this circumstance, the black queen eliminates one of the important defenders around the white king. And so having such a double attack in the line that's like the wrong variation, that can actually be quite advantageous for Alexandra, because it means she's more likely to go for the other tricky line because she realizes that her alternatives are going to be just as tricky anyway. And maybe she prefers losing her pawn over here as opposed to losing one of the pawns that's supposed to help defend the white king. Yeah, this is a big moment in Alexandra's game. Knight to e4, computer says white is comfortably better if you find the follow-up with king to f1. But if you play something else, then black has big pressure. Oh, she played king e2. Did we have a castling poll on Alexandra? Can we collect some stats? Like, what is her average castle time in the last 2 tournaments? And how many games has she not castled? The worst thing about this is that the computer kind of likes it. Computer says king e2 was a good move. Well, not the best move, but an okay move. It was the computer's second choice. She probably doesn't know the castle notation to write it down. And you think she's too nervous to ask anyone, so she just avoids castling. It's as good of a theory as any. For what it's worth, a lot of people don't know how to write down castling properly. A lot of people are confused whether you're supposed to do an O-O or a 0-0. I'm seeing a lot of different in chat. A lot of people using zeros, a lot of people using the O's. Just write short castle. I don't even know if that's allowed. Okay, I'm curious about the poll. Is it 0-0 for short castling? Or is it O-O? There is a correct answer, for what it's worth. Okay. Alexandra is playing. Her opponent, queen to b4. Lots of pressure against this knight. The knight only has one good square to go to, and that's what Alexandra did, centralizing her knight, giving up the pawn on b5, which is then captured, giving a check on the king. And then Alexandra is going to need to block this check with her queen, after which Engine says it's an equal position. Black is presumably going to avoid the queen trade because white has the king in the center. So generally having the king in the center is advantageous if the queens are traded off. So you're probably going to want to avoid the trade. And then pawn to f4 is important to prevent this black knight from jumping up and attacking the queen. And here, interestingly, computer says white is a little bit better. So Alexandra is playing this phase of the game very, very well. And she's also getting a time advantage because her opponent is spending a lot of time on these tricky decisions. Wow, it's almost 50-50. It's almost 50-50 between the zeros and the O's. But the O's have it. 410 votes against 270. And I am here to tell you guys that the correct way to write down castling is the zeros. So I'm now realizing that on chess.com it's wrong. Chess.com uses capital O's. But that is incorrect. Zeros is the correct answer. Correcting chess.com. I have no idea why chess.com has it as O's. Let me double check this actually. How do you write castling in chess? Castling is indicated by the special notation 0-0 for kingside castling and 0-0-0 for queenside castling. O-O is also commonly used, but that also is a very polite way for Wikipedia to say other people have no idea how to do it and they write it wrong. PGN uses the letter O, and PGN is wrong. I don't know what to tell you. FIDE Laws of Chess says 0-0. Okay, thank you, Giga, for providing me some factual basis for the shit I'm stirring up. So maybe Alexandra is right to never castle until this very important castling issue and the notation of the castling move has been clarified. Alexandra is not gonna castle until chess.com implements zeros instead of O's in their notations. Or until she goes to the beach and practices building her sand castles. One or the other. Pull awarded the wrong side. It wasn't, it was just a test. It wasn't a competition. No channel points were given out to the people with the incorrect O. Let's ask her if this is the real reason she doesn't castle. I'll ask her if she wins. If the mood feels right. Queen b6 did happen. Wow, I'm such a grandmaster predicting moves. Alexandra's opponent didn't want to trade queens when Alexandra had her king in the middle of the board. Makes sense. And then Alexandra played pawn to f4, taking control of the e5 square, making sure that this knight cannot come forward to attack the white queen. And very surprisingly, in my opinion, computer believes Alexandra is better here. Even though she has the doubled pawns, even though her bishop is being blocked by a pawn, somehow Engine says white is better. A real mystery. But maybe, maybe this knight to f6 variation is going to help clarify. Because after knight to f6, computer says the only acceptable move is pawn to d6. And essentially what happens here is that if you take the pawn, well then there's some very dangerous stuff happening with this bishop pointing down on the king. So you want to go pawn to e6 because you want to stop this bishop making threats against the king. The only problem is that here, the white pawn ends up being just one square away from becoming a new queen, which is kind of tricky to deal with. So basically the reasoning for Alexandra's position being good right now is that she's going to go pawn to d6, and then either that's going to give the bishop really good pressure against the king, or it's going to make this pawn a passed pawn. It's going to make black block the white bishop with their pawn, but allow this guy to just continue. Alexandra's clock has started working. Okay, we'll try a refresh. Oh, no way, you guys fooled me. And now I have to do all the moves again. Okay, let's try and remember how this game went. Okay, it's not the trickiest thing in the world, to be fair. I think here, no, sorry, queen up, right? And then knight back, king up, queen. Okay, I got it back. Memory training, yes. This guy acts like he's a GM. What can I say? Sometimes you're born with it. Sometimes it's extensive training through your entire childhood, youth. You're criticizing Maxim's name? Maxim used to be Maxim Devereaux, and then he changed his name when he married his wife, and they made one name each, and they changed the names they usually had, and they made like, because they wanted, there was something weird. I don't remember the explanation entirely. So Stanford is from like Maxim's great mother and grandmother or something, and Bart is from his wife's mother or something. You can't go around criticizing people's names. That's rude. Would you change your fancy name? No. I will say this to whomever is interested in marrying me. The Hammer name stays. It's too good of a name to switch up. Please name your son Jack so that he's Jackhammer. No comment. Things are happening. Alexandra's opponent played knight to c5. That was the engine top choice. The knight is attacking the queen. A trade was made between the knights. Black recaptures. And now apparently the best move for Alexandra is to make this trade and then offer a queen trade. This looks kind of better for black in my opinion. Takes. Rook here. Pawn up. Is this not better for black? The rook is on the open file and the pawns are advancing on the queen side. I'm not super happy about this. Computer says it's equal. Rook d1. Ah, it's this idea again. You push the pawn and either you get this nice pressure towards the king, or if that doesn't happen and they block your bishop, then you get this very dangerous pawn trying to become a new queen. No, this I like. Okay, so it's like the initial situation looks not good, and then it turns out it is okay after all. But it doesn't feel like Alexandra's style to go for a queen trade, if I'm honest. And also, I'm not sure that her opponent is going to accept a queen trade. I'm so sad this is your last day of commentary. Do you have a schedule or somewhere I can find you next? I don't have a schedule, Keels, but I'll tell you that I'm doing commentary during Easter for Norwegian television in Norwegian. Magnus is participating in a tournament in Germany. So if you want to hear the most Hammer commentary you can, you gotta start your Duolingo and get on that Norwegian grind. And then starting April 4th, I'm doing commentary on Hikaru's channel, GM Hikaru. He's trying to qualify for the Chess World Championship. I haven't V, but I've seen a lot of videos on it. I'm too busy these days to have a RuneScape subscription. I can't do it half-assed. When I play non-stop. So when I'm busy, I can't play at all. Alexandra is keeping up her pace. Am I the only one noticing that? She's playing very quick right now. Although I have no idea what she did. I'm not liking this because I'm not seeing any piece on a square that I think is good. Did she go h4? She must have. Oh, that's actually the computer's top choice. Never mind. Good move. No, that makes tons of sense actually, because there's some potential to attack the king here. I told you guys, didn't I? Trading queens doesn't really seem like Alexandra's style. She's going for the attack. I'm just wondering what happens if the black pawns on the opposite flank try to attack the bishop. This could get very juicy. Ah, this is very good news. If the pawn tries to attack the bishop, it turns out the pawn is too late. Because the bishop already points down towards the king, which allows queen takes g6. And then even if you take the bishop, the queen, supported by the rook, delivers checkmate. That's very nice. Queen cannot be captured. So the combination of pushing our pawns up here and trying to get this pawn up here is working out pretty well. And if they block us, then this pawn is kind of dangerous. Yeah, the only thing I'm concerned about in this kind of position is that black has 2 versus 1 on the left side, queen side. And I'm very concerned that these pawns advance trying to become new queens while dislodging this bishop out of its position. If black could get 3 free moves here, okay, let me just do a random move. Like this would be incredibly good for black. And you can also see that from the computer evaluation. Like this is just over. So it's very important for Alexandra to have the momentum and really push those open up towards the black king as soon as possible before these black pawns manage to kick this bishop away from pointing down on the black king. But it seems like she has time for that. So things are good. Kellogg, there's a problem with the relay, unfortunately. Can we update Andrea's board quickly? Oh, I thought it was on auto update. I'm sorry. Andrea played knight to h5. I kind of like that move because in general we want to trade off white's dark squared bishop. And queen to d2, this is a classic mistake. Classic mistake from Andrea's opponent. Because now Andrea can trade the bishops. And in general, the white dark squared bishop in these positions, this is the most important piece white has. And by not trying to prevent this pressure Andrea created against the d4 knight, he's allowing, Gudmundur is allowing a very favorable trade. And then after the trade, the queen can come over to this side, and suddenly this is looking very dangerous for the white king. There's a lot of black pieces pointing in the same direction, making threats towards the white king side. So this feels like a very nice development for Andrea. Ooh, this is very cool. After bishop takes, the computer is suggesting the move knight to f4, which is very, very sneaky. If queen takes knight, then the queen is no longer protecting the bishop. So you get a good trade because now black has the bishop pair. But if you first try and trade bishops and then take the knight, bishop takes g7 actually loses because of queen g5, threatening checkmate against the king. You can make sure that that checkmate doesn't happen, but then knight comes in, check on the king, while also opening an attack between the queens. So yeah, Alexandra's opponent, I feel like on the previous move, he really should have played something like knight to d5 to try and prevent, to try and exploit the fact that this knight moved away from the d5 square. In fact, if the engines had been working properly this morning, knight to the edge from Andrea would get a question mark because of this knight to d5. And queen to d2 is actually a huge blunder from white, allowing some trades that will really ease the pressure on black's position. If knight to d5 here instead, computer said that white is just winning due to extremely much better centralized pieces and better control with the pawns in the center and bad knight on the edge of the board. So here, computer is giving plus 2.63, whereas as the game progressed, if Andrea now trades, computer is showing plus 0.4367, which is quite the massive difference. But Andrea is spending a lot of time thinking, and the opposite is happening on Alexandra's board. So we're going to stick with Alexandra, making sure we don't miss out on the progress there. After pawn to h4, her opponent has moved the rook to the open file. That makes sense. Alexandra now surely going to play pawn to h5. Not really any choice here as far as I see. You just got to continue that attacking idea. And then her opponent is probably going to play queen to d6. So basically what's going to happen is that black appreciates the danger if the white pawn moves forward and opens up for the bishop against the black king. So he's going to move his queen back to blockade the white pawn, making sure that this pawn cannot move forward, which in turn means that the bishop cannot point in towards the black king. Oh, she already played h5. He played queen b4. Oh, really? Okay. Alexandra makes the trade. That makes sense. Trying to eliminate more pawns in front of the opponent's king. He has no choice but to recapture. And now pawn to d6 is a very nice move for Alexandra. But on the other hand, pawn to d6 now, it opens up for this bishop to point down on the king, but it also goes into an endgame where Alexandra is going to be down a pawn. The thing is, being down a pawn is not going to be an issue whatsoever because of the great activity of her pieces. But she may not feel comfortable having an endgame down a pawn. It doesn't really suit her attacking ways. So what alternatives could we consider? I guess king to f3 is very logical. The idea being that after rook to c3, we can now move our queen up in the center. Once again, going for the queen trade. But the thing is, we can't really avoid the queen trade as white. But at least this time, the queen trade would not involve losing a pawn. But then the problem is back to this kind of advance, the pawns advancing through the side of the board. And I'm not super comfortable with facing these pawn advances, which is why this pawn on d5 is actually, it might not be an asset for white at all, because this pawn is blocking the bishop. So white having this pawn is essentially what's making the bishop bad. So, and if Alexandra realizes that, she will move the pawn up, she will give away the pawn, but in this case, she never need fear the pawn advances, because she's basically just gonna have her bishop very centralized, and her opponent can't really get his pieces into great positions. Or maybe he can. Okay. Well, the thing is, after giving up the pawn, if Alexandra wants a draw, she just needs to trade the rooks. And then something like this, even though she's down a pawn, it's going to be an easy draw. But she needs to realize that this is an easy draw, but it shouldn't be the most difficult thing in the world. You just force all the black pawns to dark squares, and then you go back. And it's like, even if you're down 2 pawns, probably doesn't matter, because you're controlling the diagonal and the black pawns can never advance. Okay, maybe it does matter, but you can also just protect the pawn. So something like this, even though Alexandra is down a pawn, there's like 0 chance she would ever lose, because the black pawns can never regain control of the light squares because the black bishop is on the dark squares. This is what's known as opposite colored bishop endgame. White has a bishop on the light squares, black has a bishop on the dark squares. And it was, well, I'm not sure if it was said by Spassky, but there's a quote attributed to Boris Spassky, which is that he said his marriage was like an opposite colored bishop endgame. We never... Okay, I don't remember the quote. Never mind. You can Google it. Can someone with the good eyes figure out what the clock is before Reykjavik gets too much sun and the backlight means we can't see the clock anymore? 46 versus 27. Alexandra has been playing massively quickly. And also in the meantime, Andrea went for that variation with the trades and then moving the queen over. So Andrea is playing some good moves now, which is about time, because her opening was pretty bad. But she's down on time, so it's still going to be a very interesting fight. Alexandra's opponent. Ooh, this is interesting. We gotta go way back. So after takes, Alexandra, she did go king f3, which we talked about. And then he goes a5. Yeah, this is becoming actually very scary for Alexandra. If Alexandra doesn't realize she needs to sacrifice her pawn in the center in the next couple of moves, then she's gonna lose the game. Because this pawn is about to come forward and kick the bishop out of its perfect positioning. And we talked about this earlier, how that if this bishop is forced back and can no longer point towards the black king, then it could be serious trouble as the black pawns advance, trying to become new queens on the far side. Yeah, she needs to sacrifice this pawn now. The good news is that if she does this, then even though she loses the pawn, she'll have the attack on the d6 pawn, and then she'll have rook d5. So because the black pawn went to a dark square from a light square, black is just unable to regain control of the light squares. And this is like an instant draw. But if she doesn't sacrifice her pawn now, I think she's gonna lose the game. Like, computer is saying completely equal, no problem for white whatsoever. But I think the computer is underestimating the power of this pawn and how the white bishop, if it's forced back, the activity will be too much of a disadvantage. Alexandra will go for the W. She promised yesterday she was going to stop doing that, though. I literally, she said, I'm never going to be this reckless again. And I said, are you sure? And she said, oh, I'm never doing this again. And I said, sure about that. The dark voices. Yeah, she said something about that. The voices in her head compelling her to go for a win. Right now, she needs to get rid of those voices and instead hear the bishop. The bishop is desperately screaming, please help me. I'm being blockaded by my own pawn. And if you don't do anything, the dark wizard, aka the A-pawn, is gonna come in and force me to back up and huddle myself in a crate and I can never get back into the game. I don't know. Something like that. She's gotta have the bishop's screams for help overpower the dark voices. She needs to go pawn to d6 to enable this bishop pointing down on the black king. The problem is pawn to d6 loses a pawn. But losing a pawn, she doesn't even have to trade queens. Like, trading queens here is an instant draw. And frankly, she's playing like a 2275. She's playing an international master. Like, a draw is not the end of the world. It's a perfectly respectable result. But even if you want to go for the win, like, just play this and then keep the queens on the board. You don't have to trade the queens. It's better to do it. But if you want to go for the win, just give up the pawn. Give this bishop some breathing space. And then keep the queens on. The bishop is like a sniper screaming to his teammates, duck, get out of the way. Kind of, yeah. I like that analogy. Draw is bad for content. Is it though? We had a draw yesterday that broke all the records. It's the first draw she had all tournament, I think. Because it wasn't a simple draw? Well, I mean, if this was simple, then she already would have played it, right? Does a draw against a higher level player still gain you ELO? Yes. So we had someone in chat earlier today telling us what her rating change would be based on her result today. But I'm guessing when she's playing a player 300 points higher rated than herself, she would gain about 7.2 points for a draw. If she wins, she gets 17.2. If she loses 2.8. There are decimals, kind of not, Deepwater Titan. The decimals are rounded every month. So you never see the decimals in real life. 17.2 gets her over 2,000. Yes, kind of. If not for a Prague tournament that didn't go very well. Or are you including the Prague tournament, maybe? Alexandra is more concerned about getting above 2,200 than 2,000, I suspect. It's one of those been there, done that kind of things. How much rating is Alexandra gaining so far this tournament? Because she lost a ton in Prague. Yeah, Alexandra's gaining 23 points so far. And she lost like 40 in Prague. So she's not going to make it above 2,000 no matter what. But her performance here has clearly shown that Prague was a bit of a blip. Andrea's opponent is voluntarily giving himself both doubled pawns on the king side and an isolated pawn in the center. Andrea is going to win this game, and the way she's doing it is just through superior understanding of the trades. Takes, knight back. He has e5 though, and then he can make sure he trades off the isolated pawn. Yeah, okay, that's... But if he doesn't play e5, if he allows Andrea to go f6, this looks very nice for her. Like, this pawn is isolated, these pawns are doubled, these pawns are blocking the bishop. Okay, for some reason, computer is saying white is better here, but I think it's going to work out for her. Then still e5? Wow, you're just going to sacrifice to get the bishop into the game? Yeah, I don't see that working. First prize is 5,000 euros. Roasted marshmallows. First place among the girls is more than 1,000. I don't remember the exact amount. But there's this girl Alexandra played against earlier in the tournament. She beat Ivanchuk yesterday. So we're not going to win any prizes. There might be some rating prizes, actually. Okay. There's a 2000 rated Icelandic player on 6.5 points. What the? Oh, he got a forfeit win today. And yesterday he beat Alexandra's opponent. The opponent Alexandra is playing today. Okay, that seems like it. But yeah, that means getting a rating prize also not really looking great. Also, there's a very young Indian kid with 1900 rating who's making who's beaten several international masters and Anna Kamling. Yeah, let's just say there's 400 participants in the tournament and we're not expecting a prize. I think that's fair to say. Is Antek here? No, Antek is not playing. There's always an Indian kid. There's a lot of them. Yeah. Andrea goes rook c5. Is that a blunder? No. Ooh. Knight to d5. I don't think this is such a bad suggestion, but it does run into a very sneaky knight e8. Check on the king. And if takes, then the queen comes in. And we capture both the rook and the bishop. Okay, apparently we should take this first, but same kind of thing. Black is just winning. That's quite sneaky. What about this move? This doesn't work either. What about this move? Wow, computer really likes Andreas. Let's move the rook up and try and attack the king even after we trade queens. That's pretty wild. Wait, is this move just brilliant from Andrea? Wow, rook c5. I thought you were just going to make the trade in order to ruin the pawn structure, but Andrea says, no, I'm going to bring my rook over here and attack down towards your king and your queen. And if white just makes a normal move, maybe we can move the queen back and get the rook over. Apparently here b5 is very strong. Andrea is cooking right now. This rook to c5 is very good. Actually, it's difficult to suggest a move. Because if we trade, then there's the attack both against this and this. So that's not really going to work. And if we don't trade, we're scared about this rook coming over here. If we move the knight, turns out there's some nasty tactics with this stuff when black just has an extra bishop. I can't actually come up with a good move for white. Which makes me think... Okay, the eval bar is sick. King here, king here. That's a good move. Try and get the king out of this pressure. Oh, wow. And look at this variation engine suggests. Queen here, trying to get the rook over. In order to stop the rook, we have to go with a knight to block the rook's path. And now you're probably thinking, okay, we'll trade knights. But no. Engine says we give up our rook for the knight, and then after the recapture, knight to e2, we threaten the queen, we threaten the rook, the knight gets captured, but then the rook is undefended. We attack the bishop, but when the bishop moves, now we can start attacking this pawn, because if we get rid of this one, we have, you know, a potential candidate for new queen. Wow, Andrea's position has really gone from miserable as F to being very, very sneaky. And this rook is actually playing the key role in that. Rook to c5 was excellent. Can't white play h4? Yeah, but I'm not opposed to making this trade, giving white the super bad pawns. I kind of felt like white needed to try and avoid this queen trade for pawn structural reasons. Also, Engine says queen h6 is quite good. Because now you can't go here because of this trick again. And if you can't go there, you're gonna allow the rook. Actually here, the rook comes over and it's game over because suddenly the queen and rook working together in the weirdest way. And it's just checkmate down the H file. Legitimately nothing you can do. Oh my god, and after knight d5, rook takes, you're threatening checkmate. Computer says f3, but then you go knight to e2, the double attack on the queen and on the king. Yeah, the knight can just be captured, but after the capture, the rooks are no longer protecting each other. So then you can go in and capture the white rook. That is some crazy tactics right now. Yeah, Andrea is going to win this. There's no way her opponent manages to defend against all the threats that's coming in with the rook. That was unexpected. But Andrea is rewarded for her always thinking about attacking. This, I guess, is my opinion on this. She really just has one mentality, and she goes strong with that one. Alexandra, queen e1, queen e4, I assume you mean. Queen e4 played by Alexandra. Yeah, that's a losing move. That's game over. So the problem with this way of trading the queens is that after the queen trade, black manages to kick the bishop out of position. So pawn to a4, this pawn cannot be captured because of the rook attacking both the king and the bishop. So the bishop has to retreat. And normally this would just be very unpleasant and not just over immediately. But the computer is giving some lines where this rook just manages to get the a pawn. And there's nothing Alexandra can do in the meantime. Because she can never move her bishop because of the rook. And if she moves the bishop to protect the rook, then still this black rook is going to be able to take out the white pawns. This guy is super dangerous. It's kind of like Andrea's game, that once you get rid of that white pawn, the combination of having a bishop on the diagonal and the pawn moving forward is just too much to deal with. So I'm pretty sure I said she needs to go d6 or she's going to lose this game. And I guess I didn't realize really how bad it was going to be very instantly. But yeah, now it's just... Oh, sorry. Trade a4. Once you cannot take this, and once your bishop gets dislodged from this position. So we could have had like a similar situation. Like takes. Let's even play king e4 just to illustrate. In this position, a4 would still be kind of good in that it attacks the bishop out of position, and you cannot take it because of the double attack. But the bishop would be able to get this incredible square in the center of the board where there are no black pawns that can chase the bishop away. So because this bishop is so incredibly powerful in the center and make sure that you always protect the pawn on a2, the advancement of the black pawns on the queen side is not such a big deal. But then if we compare that to what happened in the game, because we still have this pawn, the bishop is not able to move into the middle. The bishop has to retreat. And now the black plan of just trying to get the a pawn and thereby giving space for the pawn to go in and become a new queen, that's enough for the engines to just say it's over and black is winning. Oh man, one mistake in the game and that was it. Rook to c3 played. Computer thinks this is a mistake. Computer thinks this is a mistake because of pawn up, takes, and then rook back, no, king back. Instead of recapturing, the king retreats. And the idea is that now if the rook attacks the pawn on a2, then the rook will come up and try and capture that dangerous black pawn in return. So essentially, Engine is saying this is a mistake because white can try and get rid of these and do a super freaky rook over to the other side defensive scheme. And why can we not recapture? Why do we have to go back? Because if we go up, then whenever this pawn is captured, whenever black manages to capture this one, they also capture the next one. And then they also help the pawn because now the rook is controlling here and the bishop controls here. So there's no stopping the pawn. This is very, very high level, pretty much impossible to see. Yeah, it's just, you're never gonna find that. Andrea's table is very spicy. Rook to e3. Well, spicy. Andrea's just gonna move her queen, right? And then her rook comes over and it's game over. Yeah. Queen back, winning for Andrea. So while Alexandra made one mistake and her position went from being completely fine to just over in quite the instant, the same kind of happened on the other side. Queen steps back and Engine says the attack is just winning for black. And one of the key variations here is that if the rook tries to attack the knight can just move, attack the queen, and you also have this pressure. The fact that the queen is always pointing against this c1 rook is proving to be incredibly useful. Also worth keeping in mind is that after knight to d5, Andrea can always just sacrifice her rook here and then go knight to e2 with a double attack on the king and the queen. So the knight has to be captured, but then you take the rook, but not only do you take the rook, you also have the check on the king, so you take the bishop after. Queen h6 is just game over. One mistake does not mean it's over. I disagree, Blau. But that's kind of what's interesting about Alexandra's game. She played a good fighting game. It was very interesting. And then she made one mistake. And suddenly, like, computer says it's over. Right now, computer says there's hope. But that's, like, because of an inhuman variation that's impossible to find. So yes, the game is over. But that's the paradox. That at this level, one mistake, you get so harshly punished for it. Okay, but if you do... Oh, never mind. The prediction is Andrea. Will Andrea find queen to h6? I thought maybe the prediction was going to be now. If you believe Alexandra is going to save this, put your channel points where your mouth is. Alexandra had 98.8 accuracy before queen e1. Yeah, that illustrates very well what I'm trying to say, Sepper. She played a great game and then made one mistake. And suddenly, like, it's... I think it's over from a practical perspective. Computer is saying there's some hope, but seems a bit academic to me. Bishop takes pawn is not possible because then the rook can attack both the bishop and the king. I saw someone asking about that in chat. At my level, everyone is making huge mistakes, so it levels out. Yeah, and that's the point, Jericho, right? That the girls are playing at a level now where the mistakes gets punished so much harsher than what they do in internet chess and so on. Over the board play already decreases the amount of mistakes being made, and then having opponents rated, 2200. Alexandra has faced 5 international masters in this tournament. That is some tough opposition, and you don't get away with mistakes as much. No clock for Alexandra? No, unfortunately there's something buggy about Alexandra's board. So we haven't had clocks all day. Yesterday's loss was brutal for Alexandra. She actually saved the draw, Omega. But you kind of revealed you didn't watch till the end. She said that she actually gave away her rook on purpose, trying to win. And her opponent had a winning position, but he was scared about the pawn Alexandra was trying to get in to become a new queen, and they ended up making a draw. Isn't f5 one of the only 2 moves to prevent mate? No, there's no mate threat. The rook cannot jump. So pawn to f5 is not the threat. The threat is that the rook wants to go over here and both protect the black pawn and attack the white pawn. So dealing with this rook over here is what Alexandra is trying to figure out right now. When does Andrea's clock become a factor? I mean, Andrea's clock is always going to be a factor, but right now she's winning with the best moves. And the best moves are to keep the queens on the board and continue the attack against the white king, which is, it's Andrea's bread and butter. So I'm feeling confident she's going to figure it out. Will Andrea's score go up after this tournament? Her rating, which is the technical term, will go up, yes. Andrea has had a good tournament, but it's always nice to end off with a win. She started out great, but she's had 2 losses in a row now. So it would be better to end with a win, because then you also feel better going into the next tournament. And maybe you feel more motivated to do some training You feel more motivated to look over your games, to learn from the mistakes you made. Just winning the final round is just great all over. Just got here and I'm very upset. Knight e2 doesn't work. Well, Sarah, after queen h6, knight d5, knight e2 does work. And knight to d5 is the only way to stop the rook from coming over to attack the king and queen. So queen h6 is actually just game over because of the knight e2 tactic. So you had the right idea, and then it becomes about how to make it work, essentially. And the way to make it work is luring the white knight out of position, and the way we do that is by threatening to move the rook over. Alexandra played bishop e2. Okay, so her plan is that if rook to a3, now she'll be able to defend this pawn with her bishop. The problem is, now after rook to c2, the rook will attack both the bishop and the pawn. And you cannot go with the bishop to protect, because then the bishop gets captured. So after bishop e2, rook c2, Alexandra's going to have to go with the king back. And then rook takes pawn. Ooh, and this is a nice finish. If rook comes to b1, trying to attack the b7 pawn, then black can sacrifice their rook against the white bishop. And now that the rook moved away, you cleared the path for the pawn. And it turns out this pawn, together with the bishop, helping protect the square the pawn needs to step into to become a new queen. That's going to be it. The combination of having a pawn on the side of the board with this bishop controlling the whole diagonal is just so devastating. And that's why it was so important for Alexandra to sacrifice this central pawn to make sure that the bishop would always be in a position to keep this white pawn defended. Because once that pawn disappears, it's just, you have no chance. There's too many good ways for black to make things work. Okay, Alexandra didn't go with the king to f3. She went with the king to d3 instead. So she's both attacking the rook and protecting the bishop. The rook will capture the pawn. And now once again, if rook to b1, then you can give up the rook and give space for the pawn to promote. Did Andrea move? No. She needs to move soon, no? She's down to 3 minutes. Just move the queen, make space for the rook. She's not seeing the knight e2 move. This must be the problem. She's not seeing this tactic. Okay, we're gonna have some drama here with Andrea in time trouble. In the meantime... Oh, Alexandra's opponent actually played a bit in... Well, it doesn't matter. He played pawn to a3 here. He could have just given up the rook immediately. But it doesn't matter. He's going to give up the rook next move, and then the pawn promotes. So these are the final minutes of Alexandra's game, unfortunately. One mistake became very costly in what was otherwise a really interesting fight. On Andrea's board, she's about to lose on time, so she just needs to make a move right now. Oh, let me update. I started moving back and forth. Okay, she finds the move. Congratulations to those winning the prediction. But this was only part of the difficulty. He's gonna go knight to d5 now. And then she needs to find knight to e2. And she only has a minute left on her clock to find it. 2 minutes maybe. Andrea's move order, move number, she just made her 21st move. So Andrea has to make another 19 moves to get the extra 30 minutes. Oof is right. But the good news is that now with correct play, she should win her game. Was she late again? Yeah, but not by much. Like 5 minutes maybe. We'll do another prediction. If her opponent goes knight d5, we'll have a prediction on whether Andrea realizes to sacrifice her rook and play knight e2. So basically, she needs to find both of those moves. But she can first give a check and then give up the rook, or first give up the rook and then give the check. But I would be very surprised if her opponent doesn't fall for this trick and plays knight d5 now. Would it be embarrassing to lose to someone 200 rated below her? I mean, I don't think that's embarrassing, no, but also she's about to win, so it doesn't feel like a very relevant discussion to have. Okay, he plays knight d5, and now prediction time. Will Andrea find knight e2 followed by rook takes d5, or rook takes d5 first? We're gonna have to make it a short prediction because Andrea only has 2 minutes on her clock. Okay, never mind. No mods. We do have mods, but Andrea is playing too quickly. Well, not too quickly. She sees it. Knight e2 played. We didn't get the prediction out fast enough. But she finds it, so that's something to celebrate. Well done, Andrea. Rook takes knight, queen takes rook, and not only did she get a rook now, she's also getting the bishop. But she needs to realize that taking the bishop immediately is a bit dangerous because white can get a counterattack. So the best thing to do after the king moves up is to sacrifice her rook and then take the bishop. Okay, king moves up. Andrea, 2 minutes remaining. Queen takes bishop is -1. Rook takes knight -5. Huge difference here on whether she sacrifices her rook to avoid the knight attacking the king. Why? Because if queen takes bishop, knight comes in, check on the king, and then the queen comes in, pressure on the rook and pressure on the bishop. Here, Andrea is very close to losing. If she allows this to happen, her position will be very, very dangerous. Even though she's up a rook, there's too many threats. Rook sack seems a tough find. No, it should be very easy. Basically, you see your opponent can give a check. I give up rook. At the end of this, black has an extra bishop. You'd rather have an extra bishop than having your opponent attack your king. If you can see a reasonably safe way of not being greedy, but just making sure that you eliminate as many of the opponent's pieces as possible, that's what you're going to go for. In the meantime, Alexandra is resigning her game. Her opponent sacrificed the rook for the bishop and gave space for the pawn to go in and become a new queen. And Andrea sacrifices the rook. Action on both boards right now. Andrea finding all the right moves and Alexandra having to resign. They're gonna be done basically at the very same time. Pawn takes back, and then Andrea captures the bishop. Well played by Andrea. She spent a lot of time thinking there when she played queen to h6, but she probably saw everything that happened based on the pace she had. Alexandra plays rook takes e7. She's trying to give herself a pawn in the center that can become a new queen. But her opponent is going to try get a new queen and then just save the rook and then get a new queen. And then after the trade, the pawn so close to becoming a new queen, but the bishop is able to come back and stop it just in time. Clock. Yeah, sorry, the board stopped updating. The board didn't catch that she took the knight. The board had a delay. Now the clocks are right again. Andreas winning with the King's Indian. Actually, this was an accelerated dragon, brother. The King's Indian score has still not been repaired. Andrea goes bishop to f5. It's a bit scary how she's allowing the queen to come in, but she can probably just move her rook to defend the king. In Alexandra's game, a2 happened, trying to get a new queen. Rook over to stop the pawn from becoming a new queen. And then rook takes pawn, saving the rook while still getting a new queen on the next move. Very powerful combination, the pawn together with the bishop on the diagonal. And here the pawn is supported by the rook. Alexandra resigns. She played a 98 accuracy game until she made one mistake, and that one mistake lost her the game. That's a bitter pill to swallow. And the mistake was trading queens. It was like the most innocent of mistakes. It didn't lose something immediately. Just traded queens and her king ended up on an unfortunate square, forcing her bishop to become passive. He played 100%? I don't know. He played well. Oh, damn. I lost the entire position. That's just as well. Damn it. Alexandra has set up Andrea's camera. And Andrea is using Alexandra's camera. That's gonna mess up my layout. Oh well. Andrea is Queen B2. Is that a good move? Queen B2 looks kind of weird. Ah, she wants to go rook here, but actually my rook here was a big mistake because then you lose the pawn and then suddenly it's equal. But why didn't she take the pawn? Could she not have taken the pawn? She could have taken the pawn. Instead of taking the pawn, she went Queen B2. She wants to have the ability to move the queen back into defense, but she should have first taken this pawn and then got the queen back to defense so that you have this pawn. Similar to how Andrea is basically doing the same thing as Alexandra's opponent. Alexandra's opponent is he won by capturing this pawn and then giving this guy a free space to move forward. Also, it turns out I hadn't messed up the girls hadn't messed up the cameras. I was the one who had kind of messed it up. But that's good news. We have Andrea in frame, trying to complete the finishing touches for her last round win. Will Andrea have a better rating than Alexandra? No, nowhere close. Alexandra has had a very good tournament. Queen F4 played. Quite clearly, he's trying to aim his forces towards this F7 pawn. But now Andrea can move her rook to F8 into defense without being scared about losing the pawn on A3. So rook to F8 is a very nice and safe defensive move now. And it was also very clearly what Andrea was trying to do when she moved her queen to protect the pawn. Is that Bigfoot? I don't know. I missed it. But he's supposed to be at the tournament. Names are ultra small again. Let's do something about that. G4 attacks the bishop. Bishop just moves. And now Andrea next move, she can capture this pawn and then she'll focus on getting the pawn through. Her opponent can go D6 and try and win the bishop. But the thing is that even though white is able to get to this situation, he's not going to be able to stop the pawn from becoming a new queen. Okay, D6 is on the board, threatening to trap the bishop. So without having this pawn here, Andrea would actually not be winning. But because she has the ability to take out this pawn and then get a new queen, it doesn't matter that the white pawn in the center is gonna take out her bishop. One mistake Andrea could do here is bishop to E6. Trying to avoid. Oh my god. No! No! No, not like this! She just voluntarily opened up in front of her own king. Oh, that is like the mother of all red flags. Don't allow, when your rook opponent already has a rook pointing in against your king, don't make it easier. Oh gosh. No. Alexandra just losing her game. Andrea having a winning position. But she's so low on time. And when you're low on time, you make mistakes. Queen to h6 threatens checkmate. If you block with a rook, then the rook gives checkmate a different way. After queen to h6, Andrea is going to capture this pawn, give a check. But then she has nothing better than to give the repetition checks. Because otherwise, she's checkmated through the attack black has. Queen h6 is an instant draw. What about queen to h8? Ooh, good suggestion. I didn't even see that being a possibility. My grandmaster mind just doesn't allow me to play such horrendous moves. But the bad news is that in this circumstance, pawn to d7 traps the bishop. And after takes, turns out this kind of position is just winning for white. Oh, computer's being very fancy. Takes, check, takes queen, and then you get a pawn endgame with an extra pawn. So basically what we're saying is if queen to h6, Andrea needs to realize that she already spoiled it and she needs to go for the draw. If Andrea tries to move queen back into defense, she's gonna lose. Her opponent has plenty of time to find this move, though. That's very unfortunate. Hammer, why did you have to jinx it? Why am I always getting blamed? Why do you never blame Andrea for making mistakes? Instead, it's always, oh, Hammer, you jinxed. It's never, oh, Andrea, you didn't do your puzzles. Sounds a bit of a convenient excuse. You're easier to blame. I'm not easier to blame. I'm just more convenient to blame. Because you don't want to risk the moderator's overzealous ban hammer, and you go after the other hammer instead. You know that I don't have moderating rights, but the girls do. It's really all about the power. I assure all of you that if I had mod powers, I would start banning the jinx comments. It's a lack of responsibility, placing the responsibility where it lies. It would be a massacre. I was literally kicked as a moderator on Magnus's stream. That's Magnus Carlsen, the world #1, in case you're not familiar. I was kicked as a moderator on his stream because I was banning too many people. Probably that's why I don't have mod powers anywhere these days. Actually, I'm a mod in Dina's channel. So, I don't know how that happened, but you guys watch out. Dina likes it strict. Oh, she does, Foo. Our mentalities very much coincide there. No nonsense on Mother Dina's channel. Alexandra says she's gonna call after Andreas' game. That message was reasonably upbeat. After what must have felt pretty bad, but you win some, you lose some. Alexandra did get to play very tough opponents this tournament, which I do think she appreciates. She likes playing against good players. Oh, she's not losing. Sorry, chat. Sorry, chat. Damn it. Engine is not working today. It's a draw with correct play. My bad. I didn't realize you guys were thinking she's losing. It's the morning round, and turns out I thought one of the benefits of computers was that they didn't have like morning grumpiness, but apparently that's not the case for Stockfish. Hammer has permanent grumpiness? I mean, sure, but it's less when I got some hours after I woke up, right? Can you reverse Jinx, Andrea's opponent? It worked yesterday. It did work yesterday, Salai, didn't it? Andrea's opponent is, of course, never gonna find queen to h6, which threatens checkmate in one move and moves the queen closer to the opposing king. Makes absolutely no logical sense to try and attack when you're down a bishop. I don't know. The sarcasm just, I cannot. It's too obvious of a move, chat. I can't reverse Jinx, the most obvious move in the position. There's absolutely no chance he's not going to play this. Now you're jinxing it, right? I mean, I think the jinx with the extra back and forth, it makes for an even more solid jinx. Both players look like they're suffering. It's a tense moment in the game, for sure. He's still got 11 minutes to find it, which is a lot of time. Wow. The thing is, G5 was the computer's second best choice. And computer says black now has to be super accurate to make a draw. Pawn to G5 might actually be a better move than queen to H6, because it maximizes white's chances to win. The kid is not, it's not that he didn't see queen H6, it's that G5 is even better. Rook D8, now white has the advantage. Wow, that was such good play by Gudmundur. Very often when you're losing and you see a way you can make a draw, you just say, oh, I'm going for the draw, thank you. But he realized that his position here is so good and Andrea's time trouble is so bad that he didn't want to go for the move that allowed Andrea an easy way to make a draw. And right now he's being rewarded for that, in that the computer believes that white is much better now. That was really, really well played by him. Because this is kind of the opposite of what happened to Alexandra yesterday, right? Alexandra's opponent got a winning position. And he was like, no, I'll just make a draw because I've been in trouble so many times during this game. And it's a very human thing to do, to be like, oh no, I'm happy with a draw. Because I've been in so much trouble. But Gudmundur is more like, I was in trouble, but I'm not in trouble anymore. Now it's Andrea in trouble because she opened up so much around her king. And Gudmundur is going to win the game as a result. I don't see Andrea managing to survive this when she's so low on time. Why didn't he play queen h4 immediately? After queen h4, Andrea has pawn to h5, preventing queen takes pawn, and you can go en passant, but then apparently it's not obvious how you give a checkmate. So it looked very tempting, but he made a really good choice not to go for the immediate attack. And now instead, after c5, queen c3, now queen h4 is good because Andrea is no longer attacking the pawn on f2, which means that the queen has much more license to move around. He's executing this very well. Hammer, has anyone used en passant in a high elo game? Well, there was that one time I beat Magnus Carlsen, and the final move was actually en passant checkmate. So the en passant can be really powerful when utilized properly. Like I utilized it against Magnus Carlsen at the point. He was the reigning Blitz world champion. And I beat him in a chess.com Blitz game. And that was an en passant checkmate. Or apparently I'm pronouncing it wrong. This T is silent, someone said. En passant. En passant. Un vin. Un bon vin blanc. Un bon vin blanc. En passant. The irony is that I'm getting it right. Finally, my stuffy nose is working out. Try a Quebec accent. I barely know how to speak French. I have no idea what the difference between French and Quebec is. I just know un bon vin blanc. What does that mean? It means a good white wine, but it's like a grammar thing because it teaches you the nasal sounds in French, and it also teaches you where to place the adjectives. So just like English, there's rules for when to place the adjectives. In English, the rules are not really taught. It's more like just native speakers just know what's right based on what feels right to them because they have, well, native capabilities. But in French, it's like a very strict, we were taught like, first you say this, then you say that, then you do this. So it's like good comes first, and then you say the color, white, and then you say wine. Well, it's much more complicated than that, but it's a common. I did 3 years of French in school. D7 is not the best move. So hope again. Andrea needs to realize that after bishop takes, queen comes in and there's too many threats. But she can take with a rook instead. She still loses the bishop. But then apparently king e6, walking the king into the center of the board, and she has a chance to survive. That makes no sense. King e6, that is the craziest thing. How is that the best move? Okay, she took with the bishop anyway. Queen c7 now. Rip. I don't know. I mean, this was better than the queen going here and checkmating. So, could have been worse. And also, he's getting very low on time now. So, he's getting a bit stressed. There's hope still. For instance, queen here, rook here. If queen takes, queen here. The fact that Andrea could get the a2 pawn while having the threats towards the king, that could give her some chances to make a draw. Unless, of course, this is just winning. No, this is... Oh, this is winning for black. So that's nice. Okay, queen c7 has been played. Andrea plays rook e8, which was the only move. Her opponent down to 5 minutes. How come she had a minute since 20 minutes ago? She gets an additional 30 seconds per move she makes. So she manages to stay with the same kind of time left, but just barely. How many moves until more time? Andrea needs to make another 6 moves. But at this point, we care more about Gudmundur. Because when we're losing, we don't really care about how much time we have left. We care more about how much time the winning party has, because you need them to make a mistake. Hammer's bearded brother watching? Really? I look like that? I suppose I look like any guy. If that's what you think I look like. You're basically saying that all white people look alike, which... Fair enough. Rook takes. Apparently the only move for Andrea here is queen to e5, getting a trade of queens. Because if she doesn't trade queens, then this general attacking formation is going to be too much to deal with. She goes queen b2 instead, trying to attack the white king. We need a mistake here. The problem is, after king comes in to protect the pawn, Andrea can never capture on a2, because then the rook and queen are going to work together for checkmate. If Andrea had 5 more minutes from not being late, do you think she would win? No, because then she would spend 5 more minutes before she got down to 1 minute on the clock. You guys don't realize that chess players having more time just means that they will spend more time. Gudmundur, 3 minutes? It would be better if he was a bit more stressed. He's looking kind of relaxed. King g2, good move. Final chance to go for the queen trade. But now it's not a guaranteed trade because it's not a check on the white king. f4. Andrea goes for another check. Probably best option given her situation. I'm expecting queen takes pawn, pawn up check. And here queen takes pawn is the only move. for white. And then rook here attacks. Check. King moves. Queen check. King moves. And here, if he trades... Damn it, this is still winning. I was thinking this was a clever way of maybe saving it. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing too much hope. Rook to h7. Yeah, no, good shout. If rook takes h7, then Andrea might have chances to win with her pawn starting an attack. King takes pawn, black wins. But the problem is, king up, white wins. Because now there's no checks. Yeah, it's just... Oh, devastating day. At some point, it looked so good for both girls. Well, actually, it didn't. It looked good for Alexandra, and then it looked horrible for Andrea. And then when Andrea managed to turn the position around, then Alexandra blundered. But Gudmundur he's getting very low on time. I mean, for the first time in the game, he's feeling the pressure. He's feeling some pressure from the clock situation. He does capture the pawn. Andrea has to give the check, and he's going to go king g3. And there's no hope. Someone was asking, what about queen e5? The problem is that the white queen is giving protection towards the king. So this is just a queen trade, and Andrea is down 2 pawns. In addition to this one being under attack and this one. Is there some hope here? No, it's just a rook endgame down 3 pawns. There's no way for Andrea to keep this pawn protected, unfortunately. He's finding the right moves. Pawn to g5 was absolutely brilliant. I'm so certain, I'm completely certain that he saw queen to h6 and he saw that was going to be a draw, and he purposefully chose to go for the win considering Andrea's time situation. That was very well played by him. Does it bother you when people watch over your shoulder? No, I don't notice it. Like, if the players are noticing the people in the background right now, they're just poorly focused. I can have 15 people sitting very close to my... standing very close to my board. And I just don't notice it because I'm so focused. He's also down to 30 seconds. I mean, miracles do happen, but if he plays the rook up, then it's game over. If he moves the rook over here, then Andrea has some fighting chances. No, he's just playing too well. Threatening queen here, checkmate. Is Bro really a 1600? I mean, that's his rating right now, but he's been doing very well this tournament. He pretty much only played... No, I think he only played higher rated opponents. And his score has been pretty good. If he beats Andrea, he has only played higher rateds and gotten a 50% score. Equal amount of wins and losses against them. So clearly he's underrated, but so is Andrea based on her performance here and in Prague. Good news now, queen trade, not super convincing. After the queen trade, some hope for Andrea, because his rook is not positioned to take this pawn like earlier. But he is going to reposition his rook to try and take out this A pawn ASAP. Unfortunately, they just made move 40. So he doesn't have to stress out if he realizes they already made the time control. Okay, I don't think he realizes. Andrea is looking over on his score sheet to try and see if she's done something wrong. Based on his score sheet, it does seem like he doesn't have all 40 moves written down. Wait, he's writing down multiple moves. Oh, he hasn't been keeping up with his score sheet. That's a violation. But also, if Andrea points it out, she only gets 2 extra minutes. It's not gonna fix her terrible position. Disqualify him? No, unfortunately the punishment is that your opponent gets an additional 2 minutes. And all the time in the world cannot save Andrea here, unfortunately. Or maybe, actually, he's gonna go rook here. Takes. Oh, so we're getting the same position as earlier, just with an extra pawn. Andrea down 2 pawns in a rook endgame. I mean, it's not looking great, but that's not game over. Because I want to show one of the rook endgames I did with Andrea. We did this kind of situation. And we did these rook endgames. And this is a draw. Even though the computer says that white is winning, I think this is a draw. Yeah, no. Okay, according to the table base, this is a win for white. But it's very easy to make a mistake here as white. And there's definitely a lot of circumstances where you can make a draw, even if you're down 2 pawns. So, I don't know why this is... I thought it was well known that some of this stuff is a draw. Okay, so this is a draw. This is a draw. But I also thought that, like... I thought this is a draw as well. Apparently this is winning for white, but I always thought this is a draw. Am I messing it up with the rook pawn? Hammer the board? I don't care about the board. I'm doing endgame analysis. Oh, he played rook c4. So he just defended his own pawn. Yeah, apparently that was better. Was it though? Like, why is this like Andrea could, if he goes to the left now, Andrea can try and go in here. You know, I disagree with the computer. This is not as trivial for white as the computer is making it out to be. Oh god. Also, accuracy in this game, both players are in the 70s. That's not great. I'm gonna take a break. After the break, we're gonna call Alexandra. And we're gonna be watching this endgame, because I don't think Andrea is gonna give up on this anytime soon. And nor do I think she should. I think she has legitimate chances to try and save a draw here. Okay, so we're gonna take a break, and when I'm back, we're gonna follow Andrea's fight to make a draw down 2 pawns in a rook endgame. But you know what they say about rook endgames? All rook endgames are a draw. That is the motto I live by. It very often works in rook endgames down a pawn. Down 2 pawns is a bit trickier. But let's see if that rule of thumb applies in this case as well. I'll be back. Okay, I think we're getting Alexandra, and before that, if you want to have this sweater with the Botez, then you can go on the Botez shop to buy your copy. Good ad, you know, I try. Anna's opponent had a hoodie. Oh, did she really? The Botez fans taking down Anna Kamling. She lost, didn't she? What can I say? The hoodie gives you superpowers. What has happened? Andrea's just giving lots of checks. She's still down 2 pawns. But she's fighting. And there definitely is a chance Andrea can make a draw. It's going to be very difficult, but there's a chance. But this game is going to last for a very, very long time still. And I think the next point where this is going to be super exciting is when they get low on time. We need them to get low on time to provoke some mistakes. So in the meantime, we're going to get on Alexandra. Hey.
Hi, Hammer.
How are you feeling?
Well, sad. I felt like I was playing good, and then
You were.
and then I threw again.
Yeah. But so let me ask you this. Do you think it's better to be kind of just wiped off the board, or making one mistake that turned out to have very dire consequences, but otherwise playing a good game?
Neither. The correct answer is, would you rather have not blundered and gotten a draw or won, which is, of course, what I would have wished. I came in ready to scalp another IM and was getting at least a draw, and then I, my brain farted and the monkey in my head, and I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
The voices. No, I didn't hear the voices in my head today, like yesterday when I sacked a rook because of the voices. They told me to, but today I didn't have the voices. Today it was just pure Alex Botez blunder.
Yeah. But yeah, did you consider D6?
D6 when?
Instead of Queen E4?
Yeah, I was looking at D6 and I was also looking at
F5.
Yeah, F5, which was actually very interesting.
Yeah.
And I basically spent so long looking at those moves and then being like, oh, like, let's not pull another Alex and like try so hard to win that we lose. Because that I had assumed that the other line was a draw because I just didn't see that I couldn't take the pawn because of check. Because I just looked at it briefly, spent all of my time thinking about other lines, decided not to do them, and then just moved. And then I was like, oh my God, I missed something in this line. And then, yeah.
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 Yeah, I there's nothing I can say to make it better.
I know. That being said,
I thought it was an interesting fight for what it's worth.
Thank you. That being said, I'm still gaining 20 FIDE, which is nice. I don't know, maybe that's how much I lost last tournament, so I might be staying exactly the same. But one thing that I do think is positive is I spent a lot of time on my openings this tournament, so I think the next tournament we play, which is going to be in like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Okay, 2 or 3 weeks. I feel more prepared for that one. It's we're warming up, we're getting here. Hopefully I'll stop blundering eventually. Who knows?
No, I mean, you played so... But also one other thing I want to mention is the first time you played this...
Tell her what? Tell her what?
What do you mean?
Oh, that I lost more elo than I gained. Chad is saying don't tell her.
I don't know. The chat says so
Don't.
many weird things. I only read like a fifth of what they say.
Oh, I lost 34 elo in the okay, so I'm losing 14 elo overall. Eh, well, it is what it is.
What are you doing, chat? I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be supportive. And you guys give me a hard time when I'm not, and now you're whatever.
Well, okay, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, Prague was not a great tournament, and again, but Prague, I just kept doing the thing where I tried to force all of my draws into wins, which, like, ironically, I did this tournament too.
No, you're just playing better here. And also the point I was trying to make before you got distracted by chat being, you know, ratting out the elo thing, is that remember the first time you played here in Iceland? You were so disappointed that every game you were like, first you were beating a 1600 and then you lost to a 2200 and you went like up and down,
Yes,
and
the
you never
yo-yo.
found
I
the
remember
rhythm.
the yo-yo.
Yeah. And this is so much better. You had 8 games, you played 5 of them against international masters. You held your own. You put pressure on them. And yeah, you maybe gave away a few points. Like you had a bad score and still gained 20 rating points.
Yeah, no, I'm happy with
This tournament
Iceland
has been
overall.
great. Like the conversion rate has maybe not been amazing, but overall the tournament has been great.
Yeah, no, I agree. And again, now that the tournament is over and like I'm looking forward to the things in the future, I'm like less tilted because it's like, okay, well, you know, I have a lot of things coming up next. Oh, I didn't announce this, chat, but I got a really sick sponsor deal with Nike. So I'm going to be flying to New York tomorrow to do that this weekend, which is super exciting. So I'll be live streaming on Saturday with Nike. And then Monday, I'm going to be streaming poker. And then I'm going to have 1 week to catch up on non-live stream stuff. And then we're going to be playing a tournament. So all of this is just very exciting. And I'm already thinking about this. But again, I actually enjoyed studying chess this tournament. I was truly enjoying it again, and that was just such a nice feeling. So I'm grateful for that, even though I lost. And I think that the next tournament I play, with all of the opening prep we did, I'm just gonna continue getting better and better. And like, you know, the only thing I can ask for myself is to improve and do my best.
Yeah. No, I agree
No more
wholeheartedly.
Tripolowski. Well, look, maybe they didn't invite Andrea because she kept posting with the Adidas. Maybe the Adidas suit backfired, but yes, I was like ironically gonna wear the Adidas suit. I was like, oh wait, no, I can't do that anymore. Yeah, no, but the Nike thing is really cool. They're basically hosting like a playground for adults with like slides and music and games, and I'll just be live streaming there on Saturday, so that will be cool. I'm excited. And then the next tournament starts April 9th. We're going to be going to Spain. Sadly, Hammer is going to be focusing on Hikaru, which honestly is fair. Like, if Hikaru somehow wins the candidates, that's like the best possible thing for chess. So, you know, it's okay. We'll share custody of Hammer during the candidates, and we'll have to find another commentator, sadly. I know, chat. I'm sad about it too, but there's nothing I can do. He's seeing somebody else, and his name is Hikaru.
Well, I mean, you could schedule your tournaments ahead of time. Hikaru booked me like months ago, and you're asking me like last minute to the prom.
Well, that's because I just found out we're going to prom. I didn't even know this prom was a
You knew
thing.
prom existed for many, many months. You considered going to prom last year because the cool kids wanted you to go. And suddenly now you're gonna come say that this was a surprise. You didn't know this was.
I don't think we actually considered this tournament last year. And honestly, we were.
I had it in my calendar, or maybe it was 2 years ago, because you said, "Oh no, we're considering this tournament, and maybe you can come and be there IRL." And I was like, "Oh, I can consider that." I definitely looked at this tournament before.
Well, no, I mean it's fine, Hammer. I understand, okay? It's fine. Yeah. And you're not going to be able to, I guess you're not going to be able to help with tournament prep either, right? Should I just ask Jules? You tell me, are you going to be available? Like, if you're available, I'd much rather work with you. I just don't know if you'll be too tired. Hello?
First she comes in with a late reserve choice for prom. And then she's like, oh no, this other cool kid has actually been very helpful.
No,
I can't do prep. Like, Hikaru's gonna last until 4 a.m. And
Wait,
then I need
you
to
really
sleep.
can't
So
prep?
no, I really can't. It would be easier for me to do commentary than it would to do prep. Because after commentary, I'm gonna be so exhausted. I'm gonna need to sleep, and then I'm gonna sleep to like noon minimum. And you need to start prepping at like 10, right?
This is definitely you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about, Shat. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, I would have to prep.
I can help you prep
before
the day after the candidates' rest days, which there's like 2 days, which doesn't really make sense. But honestly, you don't need that much help prepping, right? You just need to look over your lines, essentially. You have so much
prepping.
stuff. You have so much stuff you can look at.
Anna, thank you so much for the raid. How did Anna do in her game, everybody? Appreciate it, and I hope you guys have been enjoying the commentary. I was watching Pia commentate the other day, and she was so sweet. She was like accidentally messing up the move board, and she kept being like, "Oh, I'm so sorry," after she'd been commentating 5 hours, and it was very adorable.
Chad is saying she lost.
Oh, well,
against the
welcome to
Botez sweater person.
The Botez sweater does add elo, but I am sad that Anna lost. Well, I guess we're not gonna have Hammer for the next tournament, which is sad.
Or the one after that.
But you'll be there for the tournament after, right?
No.
What? Wait, what? I thought this was a one-time thing. How long has this been going on for?
What do you mean? I told you months ago that I couldn't do the Italian thing because it coincides with Norway chess.
We're okay, but what if there's a tournament before that one?
Well, then this is the first time you're telling me about this. So are you seriously inviting me to prom late for a third time in like 2 days?
Well, the thing is, this is just how we live life on the edge, Hammer. Like, I don't know what I'm doing the day after tomorrow. I live based off of the Google Calendar. We haven't decided, but Vila suggested that we go play the Norway tournament after Spain. I just honestly don't know if I can handle that much traveling, especially because I have to go to Canada and stream poker. So I'm only going to be home for like a week.
Yeah, but the Norway tournament kind of sounds like... Oh, the one in Easter?
I think so. Yeah, it's right after the Spain tournament.
Right after the Spain?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Spain is in mid-April.
Yes, I don't know. Vila's just the one who.
There's
said
nothing in Norway late April. But ironically, late April is the only time I can make it.
Okay. Well, I don't know. We'll look at the schedule.
It would help if you actually told me about your plans before you assume that I'm available. Not to be that guy, but...
No, I didn't assume you're available. I was just saying
it kind of sounded like you were, because you were like, you haven't told me about this. And I'm like, you haven't told me you were planning to play something.
Wait, hang on. It's never mind. It's not Norway. It's apparently Sardinia.
Sardinia is very nice.
Thank you so much, Dina, for the raid.
No, Alex, thank you.
Guys, that's Dina Belenkaya. Sorry,
Dina,
guys.
did you take
Arguing with
Andrea
Hammer.
out drinking yesterday? Because Chad is saying that.
Dina is the last person who would take Andrea drinking. Dina is the kind of person who, if Andrea goes out at 10 p.m., she looks at her watch, looks at Andrea and says, "I'm trying hard not to judge you, but you're making it very difficult." Mother
Okay.
Dina is always on the watch.
Okay, that's good to know.
And that's actually a real quote. Yeah.
So no,
Yeah, no, Mother
Andrea
Dina takes-
did get her beauty sleep tonight, chat. Dina made sure of it.
She did. Wait, if there's a tournament in Sardinia, that would be actually very beautiful, and maybe you'd be free for that. But before we book it, I'll send you the dates and we can confirm.
I mean, that would be a nice change of pace, yeah.
How did Coach Hammer assess the performance of his most talented student?
I think she's been doing very well. But I'm concerned about her white repertoire. We got surprised with the Grunfeld today, but the guy played 3 different openings, so it was always going to be kind of tricky. But I don't know. What do you think, Alexandra? I'm a bit concerned about like the general state of your white openings.
I am not concerned. I think we're gonna get there.
You don't think what you did today is a bit passive?
I mean, I thought it was actually gonna work out until the blunder. I liked how I played.
Yeah, no, it worked out very well, but I don't know. I was a bit nervous.
I liked improvising. I didn't mind the opening at all. I just minded when I
Did
blundered.
you know this Bishop D2? I've seen a couple of grandmasters play it.
Did I know the Bishop D2? No, I just came up with it in a moment of inspiration. I thought it was
Wow.
annoying. Yeah.
That is just high level.
I'm saying, like, I like trying to come up with things on the board, but honestly, I'll probably just actually learn some white theory and it'll be fine.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest, like, whenever I've been out of prep with white, like, I don't think I've lost from the opening in basically any game. And also, I spent so long looking at the Nimzo Indian yesterday that now I'm like a master with the E3 line, and I think I even
Wow.
found an improvement on one of your variations, not to brag. But I know it's because you were trying to give me a drawn position, but instead of the line that I played against the FM, let's say he doesn't play bishop e7, but he plays the knight to d7, queen b3 is just a lot more annoying.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's good. I did tell you at some point that we're going to use this as a starting point and then we'll expand on the trickier lines as we go. But what you're saying is that you're ready for the expansion.
Yes, well, yesterday I was expanding a little bit on it. So I'm just saying, I think I've actually spent serious time doing opening prep here. And the only reason I've spent serious time is because I've actually enjoyed it. So I was like, I was spending time and having fun with the computer engine. Stockfish and I were cooking deep into the night, you know, just me and Stockfish, BFFs. So anyway, so I just really enjoyed it. So I think it's up and up. Yeah.
Speaking of BFFs, how is did you make any new friends this tournament?
No, I mean, my one BFF, Ivanchuk, unfortunately had a really sad day, and like it was his birthday the other day, and I told him happy birthday, but then, you know, he's been eating fish soup every day, and I'm just worried that my BFF didn't have a good tournament, and like I somehow jinxed it, so feels bad, man.
He lost to Leia yesterday, actually.
I know, I saw.
Leia's
Every
a
time we're
beast,
in the tournament
apparently.
hall, I give him a little smile. He gives me a little smile. When he has time, he checks my game, and I feel nervous. And it's just a nice camaraderie we have going on.
My mom actually has a secret wave with Ivanchuk. True story.
That's very sweet.
Yeah, no, because we were playing a tournament in this like French village, and my mom, she speaks French and Russian and German and English and Norwegian, all this stuff. And she made sure that we could rent some bikes at the local French bikeria or whatever they call it. And Ivanchuk was so jealous that we had the bikes and the mobility to move around. My mom kind of understood, like he was trying to communicate with my mom, and then my mom surprised him by speaking Russian. And then she was able to help him get a bike for himself. And then
That's very
she
sweet.
told me afterwards that like every one time they would pass each other in the hotel, he would give her like a little wave.
That's very sweet.
Yeah, no, I thought it was pretty brilliant. I haven't brought
No,
my mom to tournaments that often, but she did. Her language skills come in handy at times.
no, that makes. How many languages does your mom speak?
Um, 5. I think I said all of
Oh.
them.
What, Dina? What was that? Surprise. Dina was surprised.
How did that come true? Is it like she studied languages?
No, not really. But she liked doing like study abroad. So she had like her mom was a French teacher, and then she did Russian in high school, and she did Germany. She did like a year abroad in Germany.
这么好意思，可是你的妈妈不可以说中文。
Every time I talk to people about you, Alexandra, one of the things I try to say is that, oh no, she speaks Mandarin. Because I think speaking another language is like the coolest thing. I only speak English. And it's like in these days, everyone takes for granted that you speak English. And today I did briefly showcase my my French nasal sounds, but
Okay,
basically
I wasn't sure what you were trying to do there, but
yeah, no chat neither.
Dina was trying hard to understand, and her French is pretty good.
I thought he was speaking Norwegian.
Yeah, no, common mistake.
Oh man.
Je parle un petit français. Je habite à Oslo. Je suis très bien à passer comme passer, and not so much speaking.
Dina, what would you rate his French?
Hammer, it's A plus, A double
Yeah,
plus.
no, I am fully aware that that's not the case. I think the worst grade I got in middle school was my French grade. But I actually got better after school because I spent some time in France playing on chess tournaments, and then I actually got a little bit better than I was in school.
Well, that's progress at least. Well, chat. Hammer, what percentage would you give that Andrea saves this game?
More than 20. But I think it's going to be a long game. Notice what's happened with the clocks. Like, Gudmundur is down to 11 minutes. I'm not sure his endgame technique is the best. So actually more than 20%, right? I think even down 2 pawns, there's definitely hope here. It's just that I needed a distraction while the clocks were getting down. Being a commentator when the players just got an additional hour, like 30 minutes each, and you just know that nothing is really going to happen until someone gets into time scramble. It's really nice to be able to call you and talk about your game while kind of waiting for the blunders to happen.
You know who you're not going to be able to do this with? Hikaru. I'm just saying.
Well,
You think he's going to pick up the phone and kiki with you?
The thing is, Miss Botez, that Hikaru actually has a bit of a better budget than BotezLive, so he can afford 2 commentators, which gives me a lot of kind of resting time, because I can say some clever stuff, and then I have a co-commentator who kind of fills in the breaks.
Oh, come on, admit it. You love having all the power.
I like power, but I also like having someone I can give the attention to when I don't have anything to say.
I mean, your co-commentator is chat. That's even more fun.
Sure.
But I understand. Look, I could bring Squeak next time. He's learned a few words. By a few words, he mostly just mumbles incoherently and goes meep meep. But it could be fun. Should I send you more bird videos?
I heard that he shits on people and not the good way.
Okay, he shat on Andrea's head one time, and let's admit it, we all loved it. He did it for the content, Hammer. He's never pooped
I
on me.
also shit on chat for the content, but I prefer being the shitter rather than the shitty.
And to be fair, she was wearing a hat, so like he probably just. The thing is, Squeak doesn't poop when he knows he's on people, but he probably thought he was like on some surface because of her hat. Or honestly, he's been kind of coming for Andrea. Like he throws Q-tips at her. He kind of trolls her into picking him up and then bites her. He does poop on her sometimes. So I think it's just, I think Squeak just kind of attacks Andrea.
I thought you were about to say like it's he's fighting for her attention, but no, just viciously attacks.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's asserting his dominance. I don't know what to say.
And why is he
Andrea
not doing
seems a
that with
little-
you?
Well, cause I think he's super attached to me. So he just doesn't he gets really upset when
So you're gonna be that kind of mom.
I mean, I've tried to teach him to get attached to more people, but something bird owners have to deal with is that their parrot might be a one-person parrot, which means like they hate everybody else but like one person. And Squeak kind of started off like that, but now he's warming up. So like his current pet sitter he really likes. I know because I watched like 30 videos of Squeak because she uploads them every day. So each night, like I check on my boy and I see how he's doing, and he seems very happy. He lets her scratch his head. So actually, I think he's bonding with more people now.
Okay, yeah, good for him.
I'm trying to figure out how to get him into Canada. We'll see if I can, because like there's this weird rule where if I'm not careful, I'm gonna have to keep him in solidarity for quarantine for 30 days. So I'm working on it. Maybe I'll be able to bring him with me for poker.
You're actually looking into that?
I mean, I miss my boy so much. I'm gonna be playing so much poker. Like, why?
Wow.
I would pay to bring Squeak. Of course.
Yeah, no, I've never had a pet. I just don't understand the dynamic.
No, I mean, when my parents ask me how much money I spent on Squeak, I lie. It's like that's what I have to do now. But he's like an emotional support animal, so yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And not to mention he's broken like so many of my nice jewelries. Like he's eaten my pearl earrings, he's broken my bracelets, but it's okay because he makes me happy.
You're supposed to have these like there's like caskets that you put them in. These little kind of jewel boxes.
No, I know, but I have like certain jewelry that I just wear every single day, and every now and then when I'm working, I forget Squeak's there, and he's just nibbling at it for a while, and then all of a sudden my bracelet's in his mouth and it's broken. Yeah. Caskets. You what you want?
Yeah, no,
my boy.
Sorry about that. I guess I meant like chest, but yeah. No, I meant jewelry box. That's like a thing, right?
And he has this other toxic habit where he takes food, he looks me in the eye, and then he just drops it on the ground, and he knows what he's doing. And then he goes and he grabs more food, and then he goes to the edge and he drops it. It's like a game. Like he wants me to just have to constantly clean up after him.
He's literally a toddler.
No, he is. He's actually a toddler. He does. Oh, your son does that too. Okay, well, I'm glad that I'm not the only one. Yeah. He wants to play. No, he does, and like I try to teach him by like taking away his food so that he can't throw more off the ground. But I haven't been able to teach him. But one day, it's gonna happen.
Do you talk to him in a strict voice and say, "Please don't do that"?
Yes, I explained to him that we live in a society and that there are norms, and then he just shits on the table and continues doing it. Is she talking about the bird or Andre? That's a good question. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. Well, that's what having a parrot is like, Chad. But it's okay. It's okay. He's unteachable. I mean, I'm trying. Like he's gotten better at certain things, but certain things like I purposely think he tries to troll me. I think he's gotten the mental capacity where he knows he shouldn't do it, but he finds it entertaining. which is like very annoying because then like I can't teach him because he just wants to annoy me. Yeah. No, he does. He farms engagement by dropping food. They hate water. Well, he loves taking baths, but yeah. Hope Squeak can fly again. He's been right before I left packing, and he flew from his perch to my luggage. It wasn't a very far journey, but it was the first time he actually flew, so I think his wings are finally grown back.
Wait,
Anyway, I've been talking
why
about birds
was
for too long.
his wings not grown?
Before I got him, they clipped his wings. So as soon
Okay.
as I got him, I was like, okay, we're not gonna clip his wings, and I've been waiting for them to grow back. But it's been like what 5 months now, and they still haven't. But I think it can take up to like 8 months. But for birds, clipped wings grow back.
Okay, and they're doing this so that he's easier to deal with.
Yeah, when they're a baby, they usually clip certain parrots' wings just so that they can tame them, and then they grow back and like yeah, maybe he couldn't fly for the first year of his life, but he'll fly for the next 29 years, and he'll be more tame.
Wait, how old do these things get?
Like 30 years, which is not as like big parrots live up to like 80, but he's only going to live up to, depending on what Google says, 20 to 30. Thank you, Demon. I appreciate it.
Unless he escapes.
I like how he calls your child a thing.
Yes, I like the babysitter because she calls him Mr. Squeak. She shows him proper respect.
Yeah, no, sorry, Dina. I have a really difficult time relating to the affection to a pet because I just never had that.
You are not the only one, to be honest.
Yeah.
Dina, do you have something you want to say to my face? You've spent time with Squeak or not yet? Oh my god, you've never met Squeak. Are you gonna come visit us?
That depends if he's gonna shit on me or not.
No, he's not gonna. He only shits on Andrea. I mean, honestly, Andrea's like one of the only people he's pooped on. But again, I think it's just because he forgot he was on her head. No, I'm not even joking. He genuinely poop on people usually. He's a well-trained boy. It's not his fault.
Are you gonna introduce him to girlfriends?
Like you?
No, like other parrots, but girls.
Oh. He's too young to have a girlfriend. I think.
Spoken like a true mother.
I don't think he's ready, okay, Hammer? Like, he needs to enjoy his innocence.
Yeah. Classic mother behavior. No one can love my boy but me.
No, but the other thing is, like, if I get him a female, then they're gonna have a ton of babies, and then what do I do with the babies, Hammer? Would you like a parrot?
You grow your boat as...
Would you want a pet Squeak?
But don't you want to grow your boat as parrot army?
I'm just not ready to turn into a crazy bird lady yet. Like, one day, absolutely, but, like, I need a few more years, you know?
But
Would you want a parrot, Dina?
Well, I would do anything for you, even adopt a parrot.
Surely you need one in reserve if the other one runs away.
He's not gonna. He loves me. He's not gonna run away.
Said that about the last one.
I sometimes take Squeak out with me to dinner in LA, and then everyone's like, "Is that lady with a bird?" And then I ignore them. But then sometimes people come up to me and ask to take photos with him.
Really?
Yes, like he's real cool.
Can you monetize that?
No, I'm not like charging people for Squeak pics. I just tell them,
I just that would make sense to me from a pet perspective. I'm trying to learn the pet ways.
And this weekend I'm going to a birthday party and I'm bringing Squeak. Like I started bringing Squeak to parties because he's really social and he kind of just hangs out, and I let people feed him carrots and blackberries.
He eats carrots?
Yeah,
That's
he
nice.
eats all of that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Can he have chocolate?
He's not supposed to eat chocolate or coffee.
Okay.
That's bad for birds. But like he tries to eat absolutely anything. So, yeah. It would be cool to have Squeak on a leash and tripod. Well, right now his wings are unclipped, so I just kind of put him on my shoulder and we go for a stroll. But I keep trying to take him with me everywhere while he's young, so he's well socialized. And like now he even cruises when we're in the car. Like you should see him on the highway. Like he sticks his little butt in the air and like he's like surfing, you know? But anyway, I'll stop talking about birds. I miss Squeak though. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
True fans know where you're going with what? With
No,
what,
he
Hammer?
just said no chocolate covered carrots for Squeaks.
Oh yes. No, of course. I know you like chocolate covered carrots. I guess
I
should
was
have
just
seen it.
testing out if he could be a potential recipient.
Well, Hammer, I think you'd like him. So if you're ever in LA and you meet Squeak, I think you guys will get along.
Okay. I'll keep that in
Yeah.
mind. I've been doing
Yeah.
some research. Apparently, San Diego was some of the best climate in the world. That it's not
Yeah.
supposed to get too warm and not too cold.
Yeah, no, San
But
Diego is really beautiful.
I don't really trust the not too warm thing about San
No,
Diego.
he doesn't fly in the car. I have a perch for him in the car when I'm in the passenger seat and he sits on it. So like it's very stable. And yes, like you need to be able to travel with your bird and teach them because you have to take them to the vet sometimes and to clip their nails and to do all of these things.
You have to go to
And-
the vet to clip their nails?
No, I haven't had to take him to the vet yet because he's small, and he's good so far. But I do have to take him to get his nails clipped at the pet store because I tried to do it by myself, and he thought I was trying to like kill him, and then he bit me, and then he ran away, and it was just a very dramatic evening. And then my mom was like, "Let me do it," and then he narrowly escaped from Mama Botez, and he was squawking like a crazy bird. And Mama was trying to chase him with a towel, and he just kept yelling, and I was like, "Oh, this is too painful." Yeah, no, it's hard, honestly.
In case you missed the Mama Botes comment in chat, she said, "You're
Yeah,
there
Mama.
already, honey," or something like that.
I'm there where?
Crazy bird lady.
I'm not, Mom, I'm not a crazy bird lady. And no, you can't do it. Don't forget what happened last time you tried to clip his nails. And Mom, you're a crazy bird lady also. If you were not so overprotective, I was not overprotective. He was clearly unhappy. Ugh.
Mama Botes with a with a knockout blow. Crazy bird lady. No other comment. I know crazy, says Mama Botes.
Mom, you are also crazy. Like, you're...
I think
it's
that's
like
what
the
she's
Spider-Man.
saying, and she says it takes one to know one.
I can recognize it when I see one. Mom, who is crazier, me or Andrea? Moment of truth.
I don't think this is gonna work out the way you think it is.
I think it will. Oh, she's quiet now.
Yeah, okay.
Hammer got it.
That doesn't mean anything.
It's very
I think
cleverly non-committal.
Transparent claws are easy to cut. Well, he just won't let me do it. He
Is
runs
Andrea
away.
looking straight at the camera right now, or is she banging in her head? Okay, never mind.
I think she's banging.
I don't want to break the ice here, but I do predict that she's gonna save it.
You think so?
Yeah, look at the guy. He's already like 3 minutes on the clock. He's
No.
completely not non-confident at all.
Yeah,
and
actually,
he's got
yeah,
20
we're gonna
minutes.
have to focus on the game now because we did manage to talk about Squeak for 20 minutes, just enough time for Goodmunder to actually be down in time trouble now.
I could honestly talk about Squeak for hours. So, if you ever want more bird content, you let me know.
Okay. Well, I think we're gonna drop it here for now. But I feel like I have learned a lot about you these 20 minutes.
What did you learn, Hammer?
I'd
Can you
rather
summarize?
not go into details on that, but it was very educational in the human
Hammer,
psyche.
When Squeak has babies, I'll gift you one, and he's gonna be your new best friend, and then you will join the bird club, and all of this will make sense. Like, don't knock it till you try it. Know what I mean?
Okay. Just to make sure, like, Squeak is a male, and males don't make the babies, right?
No, but if I get him a girlfriend, they're gonna cook something up.
Okay.
Ooh, girl.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Hammer, I'm gonna let you get back to the commentary. Chat, Thank you guys for hanging out. I will be live not tomorrow, but on Saturday from New York with Nike, and then I'm gonna fly back to Canada, and then I will be streaming on Monday.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll see you.
Bye, chat.
Bye.
See you guys soon.
Okay, that was interesting. And also interesting is the fact that Gudmundur Sveinsson, the son of Svein, he is down to 2.5 minutes on the clock. So even though he's up 2 pawns on the board, the 2 minutes on the clock situation does seem to suggest some issues potentially here. One thing Andrea needs to avoid here, king to f5 would be a big mistake. She needs to avoid playing king to f5 because king f5, pawn moves up, pawn is captured, and here instead of recapturing the pawn, which allows the black rook to go after the a2 pawn, white would here give a check, force the king back, and then the rook can give another check and then go after this pawn before black has made anything happen. So Andrea is completely right in her move, king to h5. This was a good move because now if c6, pawn takes, rook check, king moves back, if the rook now captures the pawn, we once again get the attack against the white a pawn. The difference is that the rook is not giving a check on the king in this instance because we have the pawn blocking. King f4 played. That's a good move as well. That's a very good move. Andrea cannot capture the pawn because of checkmate along the edge of the board. And he's basically just trying to move his king over to the other side to help his pawn become a new queen. Very interesting play. But how about this move? Rook e1. Ooh, I don't know about that one, Andrea. No. Rook e1 would stop the king from moving over here. I kind of like that. I wanted to stop the king. Andrea instead gives a check on the king. And now the king is going to move up. And if Andrea then captures the pawn on the edge of the board, she gives the white king the opportunity to pass this file, which she had been controlling with her king. And then the white king will win the game. So basically what's going on here is that Andrea shouldn't focus on winning back the pawn. Because when you're 2 pawns down, if you win back a pawn, you're still going to be 1 pawn down. So it's more important to try and prevent the opponent's plan. But unfortunately, this king is now being very quick in getting over to the other side. Andrea needs to go rook back to d1 here, otherwise it's just over. She needs to make sure that the king cannot cross this d file. And it would have been better if she had stopped the king from getting even to the e file. Gudmundur has 2 minutes left. Oof, that's not great. Rook d4 check gets a question mark. Why did he not play the pawn to b4 previously? Because every time when he tried to, if he wanted to go b4, like here for instance, it just would have made it so much easier for Andrea to attack the white pawns. Basically, he's happy to have these 2 pawns protecting each other. What he needed to focus on was getting his king into the game. And unfortunately, as a result of this rook to d4 move, instead of playing rook here and preventing the king from getting across, white is managing to activate the king. So I guess Andrea now going to take the pawn. King moves up. Rook goes after another white pawn. King moves forward. Rook gives check and protects the pawn. And then pawn up. Something like this, I guess, is going to happen. But unfortunately now that the king is over there to help out, yeah, unfortunately this pawn just becomes a new queen. Very well supported by the king. Andrea goes rook d3. That's a good move. So she realizes the importance of not allowing the king to move over. It would have been better to do this previously, but Gudmundur is down to just 2 minutes on the clock. So any kind of good move that prevents his obvious plan is going to be is what we need. Okay, he moves the king back, and now we can move the rook further up. Just keep the rook in this open file. In fact, Andrea cannot move the rook to the side. So she genuinely can't mess up on this move. Actually, computer says she should go up, because if she goes here, then the white pawns can move forward. Whereas if she goes to this d1 square, she then has the ability to attack the white pawn if it tries to move up. So after rook d1 now, and Andrea probably, she's quite close to a draw. She's an attacker, of course she's gonna move up. Yeah, no, I believe that logic. And she does play it. It says +4 and then it's close to a draw. I mean, what can I say? You guys very underestimate the difficulty of playing chess. What's easy for a computer is not easy for humans. Overestimate. Underestimate? Whatever. All rook endgames are a draw. That's the golden rule, Blackbird. Let's see if it holds true here as well. I mean, Gudmundur could also lose on time. That would be fine. Ooh, rook to b1. Sneaky move. She's trying to win this pawn because Andrea knows that if there's a trade between the rooks, she gets a new queen. But the king moves back. Ooh, actually, maybe this was a mistake. Oh no, maybe this was a mistake because now the king crossed the d-file and the king was allowed to move over to this side of the board where it's trying to take the black pawn. Ooh, rook b1 had a sneaky trap. Maybe it wasn't even that sneaky when I think about it. But it allowed the white king to get closer to this very important black pawn. And this pawn is the only reason white's pawn cannot become a new queen. So actually, rook b1 was a big mistake, because you needed to hold this file to prevent the king from getting across. Isn't her g-pawn going to be faster in the endgame? Well, the thing is, the black g-pawn is being stopped by 2 white pawns. So in order to promote this pawn, Andrea will have to spend a lot of time moving her king around. And in the meantime, white can then rush the pawns on the opposite flank. Because white has a 2 versus 1 situation, whereas black has a 1 versus... Where's the blue? White has a 1 versus 2. Oh, everything disappeared. Never mind. Chat, behave. Come on. Oh man, chat is so lucky I don't have moderator powers right now. There would be a purge. What's wrong with rook b2? So if you go rook b2 now and go for the trade, you can actually just do the trade, because then the king makes it. And then you have to calculate this pawn race, but it's not a very close race, if I'm honest. Like, the black pawn is nowhere close to becoming a new queen at the same time as white's. But Gudmundur only has 1 minute left. Oh, surely with 1 minute left, he can make a mistake. Andrea can go rook f1. And then if Gudmundur moves his king over, then we can go rook d1. And we're making sure that this king cannot get over to the queen side again. Okay, rook f1 has been played. And now the best move for white is to continue moving this king forward in the attack and just give up the pawn. But the question is, will Gudmundur realize that giving up the pawn is the right strat? Or will he move the king over, allowing Andrea to make sure that this king is cut off from the queen side yet again? He's not moving. He only has 1 minute. Oh, he has very little time to make this decision. It's difficult to just give up your pawn when you're this low on time. It often feels safer to move the king over. Oh my god, rook c1 is a draw. Rook c1. Andrea got that was a blunder. And that was the blunder that could decide the game. Rook c1 attacking the pawn on c5. That is now a draw. And if the pawn comes forward to protect the pawn, then Andrea wins. Rook c1 is a draw. Andrea has 12 minutes. 12 minutes to figure it out. And she plays it. Rook c1 on the board. She's taking out the most valuable white pawn. Gudmundur immediately realizes that his rook is in trouble, but he cannot avoid losing the pawn. And what started out as a rook endgame down 2 pawns is now a rook endgame down 1 pawn. And her opponent still only has 1 minute left, which means, I mean, if for each pawn she captures, the evaluation changes from losing to drawing, then maybe if she gets another pawn, she can go from drawing to winning. Just gonna put it out there. Prediction has begun. Will Andrea draw or win? Or win. We're not ruling it out from this point. Keep in mind, she's still down a pawn. Yeah, a ton of believers right now. What does she have to do to win? If she can capture this pawn, then she would have a pawn 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. Or if she could capture this pawn and then have a pawn race. Because now the pawn race is not even because white lost their main pawn that was going to become a new queen. King d4 on the board. I'm assuming rook f5 to try and attack the pawn. Maybe Andrea should try to go back here. Actually, how is this? We could have some very interesting races here. Oh. No. The king made it back just in time. But these are some of the... This is going to make her opponent very nervous, at the very least. She's going back towards this b2 square. Her opponent is just keeping the king nearby. Rook f1 attacking this pawn, then rook back, going to the b2 square. This seems like a strat. Rook here, king over, rook here, king over. Ask for the trade. And if he doesn't do the trade, then black is better. And when your opponent goes for this trade, when you have 30 seconds left, you're going to be so nervous that your opponent has calculated that if you make the trade, you lose. So this is a draw, but do you dare going into this? Well, actually, I mean, this is winnable because here you have the opportunity to maybe take the pawn. Like this endgame, Andrea would win with the current time, right? We're finding some winnable variations. The rook returned to the b2 square. This is the only way Andrea can make progress. Put the rook on b2 and hope for the best. Hope for the best. That's how it works sometimes, Gavin. Just make sure that you're not losing after rook b2, and then just trust that your opponent is going to be super nervous about trading rooks, because then you have to calculate 15 moves ahead, and he has 30 seconds left, so he's not going to have time. Dina said she thought Andrea was going to make a draw. But I don't know. Maybe we can hope for more. Dina with her chess phone taking pictures. I'm not sure what Andrea is thinking about right now. I guess she's trying to calculate the pawn race. Yeah, actually this is very clever. Very clever from Andrea. Right now she's spending a lot of time before he knows that her plan is going to go and trade the rooks. So now she's spending lots of time trying to calculate the pawn race. And if she's happy that the pawn race is not going to be losing for her, then she's just gonna go there, and once he responds, she's gonna play super quick to not give him time to react or think more than the 30 seconds he has left on the clock. Andrea being up on the clock is so rare. It is, but it's nice to see it happen. Every once blue moon. What move is this? Where Andrea is currently thinking about move 61. But they don't get any additional time. They only get 30 seconds per move they make. Why not pawn to b5 to slow down the advancing white pawns? Good question, because you're completely wrong, but this gives me a very nice intro into explaining what is kind of tricky in chess, which is if you go pawn to b5, basically it makes it much easier for white to get a passed pawn. Because now if you move the rook over and you try and get this trade, now white wins. And the reason is the further up your pawn is, now white doesn't have to move both of these pawns up. Now you only have to move one of them. And you can also do it like, you can also go further up. And this situation too. Rook to b2, the trade takes, and now you get, because you went so far up, white doesn't need to bring both pawns forward to get past your pawn. It's sufficient just having one pawn do the trick, and then you have a clear path. And that means that the race that earlier was super close is now not close whatsoever. Because compare this to the circumstance here with the rook here and make the trade. In this situation, both pawns have to progress in order to challenge the black pawn. But when the pawn is higher up on the board, we don't need to bring both to the party, kind of. So this is actually a really like grandmaster level consideration, that the higher up your pawns are, the easier it is for your opponent to make a passed pawn. Or at least very often that's the case in races like that. So actually one of the worst things Andrea can do here is push her pawn up. And I just realized maybe that's what she's thinking about. She needs to go here and she needs to try the trade. And she needs to hope that her opponent gets really nervous about the trade given his time situation. Andrea predicted all of this when she played h5, h4, h3 before move 10. Oh, you mean the A pawn? Yeah. No, actually, we got. I pretty much crucified a lot of these moves, and yeah, the computer eval for the opening is in, and the computer was not too happy with this move. I was very unhappy because it gives up the opportunity to control the c5 square. It gives white the option to go b4 to control c5 later. I have some input on that opening play. Have you ever stared down an opponent to intimidate? Yeah. Well, I talked about this earlier, that when I think my opponent has made a mistake, I look at them funny to make them think that they made a mistake. And then it doesn't matter whether it was a mistake or not, because I made them think it was. And then I tried to figure out whether it in fact was. I'm not entirely sure what the point of it is. But whenever I think my opponent made a mistake, I try to stare them down to make them nervous. Wait, what? Is she offering a draw? Why are they talking? Don't go for the draw. He offered a draw and she declined? You think that's what happened? Okay, king goes back. Now, quickly, rook b2. Played confidently. Make him believe that he cannot trade the rooks. Confidence. Yes, yes, yes. The only drawing move for white is to take the rook, but that's a pawn race. And he only has 30 seconds to figure out the pawn race. The pawn race is like minimum 10 moves. Oh, he's so unhappy. He's very unhappy about having to make this decision with only seconds on his clock. And he's spending more time writing down the moves than he is thinking about the calculations. There's no way he has this under control. Time is ticking down for him. Why is time not ticking down for him? Why can't we get chess clocks? Why can't we relay chess clocks? It's 2000. No, he took it. Damn it. What a cool customer. That was the only drawing move. And apparently he had this whole calculation under control. That's kind of impressive. But I still don't understand why we can't relay a clock situation in 2024. But even taking the pawn is a draw somehow. But of course he's gonna rush the pawns instead. Here comes the moves. And he pushes the pawn like a pro. You don't have to care about this one. It's all about getting a new queen ASAP. Don't waste a move taking the black pawn. The black pawn is under control. Just rush the pawns forward to get a new queen. Yeah, we can't do this. Oh, what's going on now? I'm not touching anything. Yeah. I don't know why. Oh God, still not touching. I'm not sure I like Andrea thinking here. Andrea is actually down to 4 minutes herself. She needs to eliminate this pawn so that she can push to get a new queen. I kinda assumed she had calculated all of this when she went for the rook trade. King g3 on the board. He'll play b4. And then takes a5. Can we rush back? We can rush back, but then we had this issue that the white king. Wow. Literally last second, that king is making it back. Okay, so king up, b4, king takes. Do you go a5 or b5? Probably doesn't matter. b5 played. Will Andrea rush her pawn or will she play the king back? Probably she should be playing the king back. In theory, there are some circumstances like here. Like this would be winning for Andrea. The problem is that whenever the king moves over here, the pawns are going to make sure... What the... This one more understandable than the last one? You really think so? Because the previous one was objectively a draw, whereas this was dead lost. But yeah, weaker opponent, I suppose. You have something set to play? I really do not. Is Andrea aware of how much time she has left? Because we were kind of spoiled with her having 15 minutes to the opponent having 1 minute. And we don't want one of those situations where you end up not realizing how bad the time thing is. Doesn't this feel like the last really big thinking? Yeah, I suppose. Once you make this calculation, you calculated the rest of the game. Basically, it's between deciding to push the pawn or move the king back. I guess she'll move the king back and then we'll get something like this. Here, any other move than a5 wins for black. Because then white would not be able to trade off the final black pawn. But a5, this is a draw. I guess we get this, right? Something to this effect. Why not go b6? Because then you lose both your pawns. The black king is very active and stops the pawns. Captures them even. Okay, she moves king back. And now she's in the square of the a pawn. The problem is the white king also manages to get into the square of the g pawn. This is the trick for being quick at calculating pawn endgames. If you move your king within the square, you make it in time to catch the pawn. Magnus, for some reason, is very proud that he doesn't know this rule. But frankly, it's embarrassing. Okay, king d5, and then if he finds a5, it's over. If he doesn't find a5, it's also over, but Andrea gets the win. Pawn to a5, only drawing move. Yeah. Okay, good games, good tournament. These are the final moves of the Reykjavik tournament 2024. Andrea about to play a draw, and that's gonna put her on, yeah, honestly, I forgot how many points she has. She's gaining some rating, but she had a disappointing finish. She lost 2 games in a row before this, and then she didn't manage to put away after having destroyed this opponent. She got herself in trouble. So a bit of a disappointing end for Andrea. Alexandra also gets the loss. The vibes are not super high for the final day, but we did have Alexandra on, and she said she was enjoying working on her chess, working on her openings, preparing for the games. And as long as we're having fun, I guess that's the important part of it. Trades between the pawns. This pawn is trying to become a new queen, but Andrea can move her king into the square. Now this guy is stopped, but unfortunately we have a square on the other side as well. And the white king will just barely make it over in time to stop this one. Now he needs king c2. Well, he just needs to move his king in that general direction. Hammer's employment safe for now. I mean, I'm apparently very popular and high demand. So I guess from a pure supply and demand standpoint, there's going to be a shift in the curve after the demand boom. I'm not sure what the phrase is in English, but I had some economics, some uni level economics, and the shift in the supply, the demand curve leads to increased prices at the optimization thing. Okay, they shook hands on a draw. Fair enough. And Andrea is shaking her head, not happy with messing up a potential win, but at the same time she saved a potential loss. So pros and cons. What was that handshake? I'm not sure. The handshake before the game was also atrocious. But we should maybe prioritize teaching her the accelerated dragon opening ideas rather than the handshakes. What was wrong with the handshake? It was like this. It wasn't like, ugh. When you do a handshake, you're firm. Proper grip. Get the palm really in there. The key is the palm. Your palm is supposed to be touching the other person. If there's no palm, it's not good. Assert dominance. If you want to assert dominance, you can go for the double handshake. That one's pretty popular with world leaders. That you do the handshake and you take another hand on. Classic. I know all about the handshakes. I've been doing them all my chess career. Okay, she's kind of unhappy. Slightly unhappy face before the camera went off. You call that the hamburger handshake? The hamburger shake? That's better. You can order a hamburger and shake, or you can do the hamburger shake. Is end of tournament fatigue a thing? Yes. I can be completely okay for the final round of the tournament. And then once I finish the final round, I'm completely exhausted. Because your body doesn't really allow you to be tired during competition. But then when you know you're done, you allow yourself to feel again. And then you feel the exhaustion of the full tournament stress. You had losing positions, winning positions, big moments, bad moments. And all that comes tumbling down on you. At least that's how it is for me. I'm not to brag, but you know, I'm a pretty good player. So maybe it's different for other people. I wouldn't know. But like if you're not able to kind of postpone your fatigue, then that really feels like something that would affect your results as well. So maybe being able to kind of have the adrenaline or whatever it is chess players have, keep your energy high during the tournament while there's still competition. Maybe that's like a cheat code. Hammer bragging about his stamina. It's definitely not stamina, but like mental resilience, maybe. Okay, let's see if we can get Andrea on. You don't need stamina? No, not anymore. I stopped playing chess tournaments. I found out that the best way of avoiding that hurtful feeling when you lose a game of chess is by not competing. It's working brilliantly. Except now when I do play, I lose more often because I'm out of shape. When's the next commentary gig? So the next tournament on this channel is maybe mid-April, maybe April 9th, based on the insights we've gained from oh no, that's the next chess tournament. And then Alexandra has the Nike sponsorship this Saturday. Oh my god, that's very soon. And then there's the poker tournament after that. And then the chess tournament. There's so much happening on BotezLive in the next month. You're basically just gonna have to, I don't know, go on the Discord to make sure you stay up to date with the calendar. But there was talk about 3 more chess tournaments in the next 2 months. And in addition, a Nike sponsorship and a full week of poker. My next commentary gig is going to be during Easter. So that's going to start on Tuesday, less than a week. I'm doing commentary on TV2, Norwegian sports channel TV2, TV2 Sport 1, in Norwegian. So if you want more of this, then you're going to have to work very hard on your Duolingo the next week. And I'll be doing English language commentary starting April 4th on the candidates tournament on GM Hikaru and his channel when Hikaru is trying to qualify for the World Championship match. In 2 weeks, it's more like 5 days test blah, but yeah. Who are you commentating with? The candidates tournament I will be co-hosting with Fiona Stale Antony. And we got Andrea.
Hello. Oh, frick. Sorry. Hang on. It's still loud. I forgot there's still games going. I was taking a selfie. Hold on. I want to show this to stream. Can I show Tank? Can I show stream? So he just beat Anna. Wait, Hammer, show me when the. Wait, can you come over here? Hammer, show me. Tell me when my camera's on stream.
Camera's on.
Camera's on stream. Hello?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to show chat this. It made me so happy. This is Tank, and he's wearing a Botez hoodie, and he just beat Enno Kramling. And that's all. I may have drawn, but you know what? He won the one that mattered, so in the Botez hoodie. So I just wanted, it made me so happy to see. We're gonna analyze with my opponent. Analyze room. We're gonna pull up the laptop. I was king f5. Okay, winning is too optimistic. Oh, the room is gone? Oh no, it's still. King f5. What is it? Still a draw or was it winning? I had a fantasy that I was winning and I threw it, but I'm not sure. Hello?
Are you? Do you mean
Laptops. Maybe over here. Can you hear me, Hammer?
Yeah. Do you mean the endgame where you were down several pawns?
King. Yes. Okay, but King f5 instead of King h5, was it still? I thought I could have won.
King f5 loses instantly.
Oh, okay, good. Oh, okay. I'm glad I didn't. I mean, never mind. Okay, that's what I was seeing. I'm gonna put it on my laptop, so we can watch. Hammer, show us. We're gonna analyze together. My opponent is here. Oh, okay, so there was no winning shots. Oh, it's so loud. Holy shit, it's loud. Hammer?
Yeah.
There was no win. It was only a draw. I thought I.
We lost her. I can't hear you anymore. Computer microphone not working.
Testing, testing.
Now I can hear
us?
you.
All right, my opponent is here. We had both leather. I had leather pants today, and he had the leather. So at least, I'd be pretty salty about drawing against a 1600. But you were very well dressed and you had very good chess, so I can't be that ashamed. But
it's like my first tournament in like 6 years.
Oh wow! How many did you used to play competitive chess growing up?
Yeah, like when I was younger, I played a lot. Like,
Where did you peak at, or is this your peak rating?
my peak was 1270.
Okay, so you're at your peak right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well this is good. At least some of us are on the upcline and not the decline. Little Elon, you guys think he looks like Elon? Elon when he had hair. Have you ever gotten that before? Elon Musk.
Oh no.
The Omega who. Okay. We're watching the game. Okay, so I was just losing. Okay, for some reason I thought maybe King F5 I threw a win. I thought I had some net but okay, if it was always a draw, I'm not too upset. But
I mean, you were dead lost when you were down 2 pawns.
Yeah, I was pretty lost. Yeah, that's true. The handshake needs to be addressed. What happened with the handshake?
Yeah.
Your handshake is not amazing.
My handshake. It was
No, well, both of you.
yours?
I'm sure Andrea was a participating reason.
I'm usually quite firm, but it's always as I'm running late, so I try not to assert too much dominance right away because I'm already late, But I'll work on it. Maybe I would have done better if I would have given a better handshake. It was like a dead fish. That's funny. Do you watch Twitch at all or no?
Yeah, I don't watch.
Okay,
I watched it like when Fortnite was popular.
Okay, but you don't watch any chess YouTubers or YouTube chess videos?
Yeah, I know like you guys.
Okay.
And Anna Cromley.
Ah, okay. Yeah, well, hopefully you beat Anna Kremlin one day too. Okay, Hammer, show us the game.
Yeah, so a couple of things I want to point out. So pawn a5 is a huge mistake.
Oh, dude, I was so proud because Dina taught me the crab. I don't know if you know what the crab is, but I was going to go like this to her because I thought it was really good and I was playing positional chess like the grandmasters.
Yeah, so...
But also I had no theory and I had no idea what I was doing.
How do you not know this? This is like the main line of your main opening with the black pieces.
Well, this is the Maroxy bind, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I only know Maroxy bind with F3, not with Bishop E2. Did you prepare
No,
Bishop E2?
it's the same. You're supposed to provoke F3 by moving your bishop to C6. White doesn't play F3 voluntarily. You have to actually make them do it.
Gotcha. Sorry, I asked my opponent a question, but you couldn't hear him. Did you prepare this against my...
I asked my friend. He wanted to do a lot.
Okay.
Like,
oh,
play.
no.
Like, he told me, so he told me, exactly that you would play this.
And he was right. But the funny thing is I haven't played this opening in, a single tournament in the last 2 that I played, and it's been many years since... almost a year since I've played Maroxy, since I played the Hype Accelerated Dragon. But I wasn't expecting you to do this, so I didn't prepare.
Okay.
I got prepped.
Well, for learning for the next time, Andrea. So what we discovered is that after a5, computer really likes knight to b5. And what's good about this move is that you are suffering from a lack of space. white has really good control in the center, and you don't have that many good squares for your pieces. So you're kind of reliant on making a lot of trades in order to get some space for your piece, or rather having fewer pieces that are in need of good placements. And by playing knight to b5, this knight cannot be chased away by the pawn because you moved your pawn past the pressure square on a6. And basically the plan for black here is to take on d4, go bishop d7, bishop c6, and then a5. But the order in which you do these things do matter a great deal. Because if you go for the trade immediately and don't go a5 afterwards, then white sometimes has a b4 that's pretty good, because when you put your bishop to point here, b5 can be annoying to push the bishop back.
Gotcha.
And that's why the way you're supposed to play, I think, based on partly what the computer is saying, is that you make the trade in the center, then you go a5, and then you go with the bishop to c6. And the position you're looking for is this kind of thing. And then you go knight
I didn't like this.
up here.
I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to play theory.
But it's theory for a reason, though, right? I mean, if you don't play theory, you get a terrible position.
Yeah, but I wanted to take him out of the book, and you could
The
say
book, but
you
like
were
the book.
surprised. You could say my non-theory approach worked. Well, okay, I got a draw, so not succeeded, but I just it's been like a year since I played this line, and
But this is the same thing you did the last black game, Andrea. You invented your own plans, and you were like, no, I'm just gonna do my own thing, and I'm not gonna trust the number of grandmasters that have played this opening in the past.
One day I will be right. I will continue to invent new theory until one day I create something novel.
You have created something novel. It's just novel and bad.
I don't know. It's working most of the time. I think I have like a 70%.
You were dead lost after 15 moves. Computer was giving plus 2.5.
I was crushing. Okay, show me where I was lost. Because I thought I was crushing.
Okay,
well,
so
maybe not
another thing that I wanted to point out. So, of course, you should have traded the knights at pretty much any possibility you had. And every time you didn't trade, he had knight to b5, which would have been powerful.
Okay, so both of us, but knight to b5 doesn't look like it does. Okay, I mean, yeah, I guess I understand, but it's a computer move. Like, it doesn't make your knight's not going anywhere, and you're opening the diagonal. But I guess.
But I'm explaining the logic to you. I'm saying that you're cramped. You don't have a lot of squares for your pieces. You need the c6 square for your bishop. You need the d7 square for your knight. And in order for all of this to happen, you need to make the trade, because otherwise your knight is just in the path of all your other pieces.
I see. I didn't hear you the first time you explained it because it's really loud in here.
Yeah.
I see now.
Okay.
I didn't hear you. Okay. Okay, continue. Show me where I'm
actually,
losing.
and this is interesting. Rook c1 was a big mistake by him, because now you had a tactic with knight takes d4.
Knight takes. Oh.
And then you have bishop h6 attacking the rook. And if the rook moves, you can go e5, and you get this pawn structure. And he gets the doubled pawns.
Yeah, I thought of this move, but too late. Oh, man.
So
Yeah,
that's like
okay,
an
I'm not gonna-
interesting idea when white puts the rook on c1 in these positions.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think usually you want to bring your queen first, but who am I to know? Like queen c2 first?
Yeah, often
or
queen d2 is played.
Queen b2, queen b2.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, man, I thought of that idea late. What did I was just so excited about the crab.
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
what the crab is?
Yeah, I'm not
Did you
super
know
familiar.
about crab?
Yeah, not super familiar. Also, I wanted to
maybe
point
I
out
tried-
here a3. A3, I think, also is a very instructional mistake.
Dina would argue otherwise. She told me to create hooks and go for the crab. And it almost worked.
I think maybe Dina, you misunderstood Dina, but let me tell you the logic why I think a3 is a mistake. So basically, in these variations, very often you try to maneuver your knight from f6 to the c5 square.
Yeah, I knew that plan, but I chose to go for a different one.
Sure,
I didn't want to play the classical way. I wanted to have fun.
Sure, but if you revert to that plan in the future, what happens when you play a3 is that your opponent, at some point, if you go into a more standard way of playing, your opponent is now going to be able to go b4 and control that c5 square, making sure that you cannot use it. This is not possible.
From the beginning of the game,
no, but this is not possible in the same way.
I didn't want to play classical.
This is not possible in the same way when the pawn is on a4, because then if you make the trade and play this traditional way, white can play b4 to try and take control of the c5 square, but anytime that happens, you can make the trade, opening up for your rook along the edge of the board, and then this is okay for black. You can even go queen a5 and control the b4 square so that you can go knight c5 later.
But knight c5 wasn't my plan. I wanted to do something different.
Okay.
I didn't want to go for this
so
plan.
let's see what you did different. Okay, so you did your own thing, and now bishop b1. I gotta say this. I really like this plan, Gudmundur.
Yeah, this was good. This was very nice.
It was very nice.
Good job. You got a compliment from Grandmaster Hammer.
Because you're making your bishop pretty bad, but the bishop is bad so that all the other pieces can be good. This bishop is protecting the two biggest weaknesses in white's position.
Yeah, that was nice.
But it allows then all the other pieces to be good.
Okay.
And now after knight to h5, white had the opportunity to move in on the square that you left with knight d5.
And I was going to go queen d8.
Yeah. And computer gives plus 2.5 here.
Yeah, but computer's often wrong. They don't understand theory these days.
Yeah. Well, let's just say that white is very well centralized with their pieces.
Yeah, okay, I can see why this position is bad, but I don't know. I feel like a pleb like me or a fellow 2000 skilled opponent wouldn't be able to capitalize on it the same way the computer would. So that's why I keep doing my own stuff, because I don't believe in the computer's evaluation. But you have a point. You've got a point. You've got points.
Sure. Okay, but after queen d2, you're already okay. The trade is good. Queen over. Nice pressure against the king. And here it's already just very uncomfortable for him.
Oh, God. Okay.
Rook c5 was excellent.
Yeah. Okay, and my question here, I didn't take on h3 because I calculated, and I thought taking with either the knight or the bishop was bad after rook e3. I don't know if queen h6 was correct.
Queen h6 is completely winning. Only winning move.
Okay. Okay, so then where... Oh, God, it's probably because I sacked my stupid rook. Where did I throw?
Oh, I mean, when your opponent has a rook on the 7th, maybe not open the 7th?
Yes, I was supposed to just keep it closed, right? I just wasn't supposed to trade anything and just defend. Okay, so go queen h6.
No, here you played perfectly. You even got a double exclam on the rook sack.
Wow. Wait, so this was good?
Yeah, no, you're completely winning.
So then where was...
Well, I mean, here you could take the pawn, give your bishop, and get a new queen.
Oh.
That's one way.
Man.
That's maybe the easiest.
I could have had two queens.
But also
for some reason I got so scared he would have mate if I didn't defend the diagonal, so I didn't take.
And what happened? You can also take the pawn and then get the rook over to defend.
That's so bad. I can't believe I didn't take this pawn. I was just so scared I was gonna get mated if I took the pawn, but I just didn't have any time to think.
And like even here, like take the pawn, you give up your bishop, but the pawn becomes a queen.
Man, I missed this so many. Yeah, I don't know what I was so. Man, wow. I was too afraid.
So
That
like
was so silly. Okay, I'll
this
give
is
Elon some more time. Chat wants to see you now. They like looking at you more than me. Are you happy, chat? Is this what you wanted? The real winner. Sorry. He's just in the middle of us arguing.
no. So
I see.
after f5, Gudmundur has a immediate draw with queen h6, but we were super impressed with his decision to go g5. Were you playing for a win when you played g5, Gudmundur?
Yeah, I was playing for wins.
So
No,
you saw queen h6 and you saw it's a draw and you wanted to go for the win.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's very good. Very, very good. Because very often people, when they've been losing, they're not good at adjusting to new circumstances. So when you've been losing, you very often go for the draw, even though you should go for the win, because the circumstances changed. And after g5, like the computer says it's equal with best play, but here the black's position is ridiculously difficult.
Yeah, man. I'm still pissed about not taking that pawn, but I was in big trouble. Yeah, I think
No,
the
but
next
Andrea,
move
you cannot play f5. You cannot open up for the rook pointing in
Yeah.
towards your king.
Yeah. I just panicked. Oh no! You know what I did? I thought that I missed that he had g5, and I thought I was gonna mate him.
No, but even queen h6 is a draw, Andrea.
Oh yeah, I just didn't see it because I had 30 seconds. I saw
Yeah,
it too
but you
late. I
didn't
saw
see it, but you're opening up in front of your king. It
Yeah,
doesn't
well,
matter
that was
whether
just-
you
I
see
agree.
it. It's just
I agree. No, this was. I can't. I don't know why I was so afraid. I mean, I didn't have time. To be honest, I didn't calculate taking the pawns because I thought of it once and said, surely but there's no. I don't know what I was doing. This was such a ridiculous blunder. Just take on a2 and sack the bishop, and it's so obvious. I don't know. I don't know what I was doing. That was really bad. That was like the worst blunder of the entire tournament. Almost as bad as that fork. Yeah, no, I'm with you on this.
yeah, so g5 was super impressive, especially the mentality of going for the win when you understand your opponent has blundered. And after that, it's just it's kind of
Yeah, I
over.
mean, this was a terrible position. This was
Yeah.
miserable.
Queen h4
I
was checkmate, apparently.
I didn't lose. I drew, and I'm happy because I was losing, but I also was winning at some point. But he was also winning, so I feel like draw is fair. I feel like it was a fair result because he had a nice squeeze. Thanks,
Yeah.
Choco, for the prize.
No, and you managed to stay alive here, which was very impressive.
Yeah.
And
If
we
I would've,
actually, pretty early on in the rook endgame, we thought you can definitely hold this. So we were feeling
Yeah,
like,
I felt okay. I felt drawish here.
yeah, computer saying +5, but yeah.
Wow. So how was White supposed to win this endgame for Gudmundur? Gudmundur. Where are you from?
Iceland.
Oh, he's a local. How cool. Okay, how was Gudmundur supposed to win here?
I'm not entirely sure, which is part of the reason why I was feeling optimistic.
Yeah, no, I was feeling pretty confident I could draw this, but I was still pretty upset at myself. But I feel like a draw was fair.
I guess I kind of want to hide my king here, and then I want to take out this most dangerous black pawn ASAP. So even if you attack this pawn, I'm just going to ignore it, go after this one instead. And then get this one where I have 2 versus 1 on both flanks. But then I make sure that black doesn't have that counterplay of trying to rely on a pawn that's far advanced.
Yeah, not super simple. All right. Well, man. Okay, that was ridiculous blunder. I need to work on my dragon against the Meroxy. You had very good prep. Your friends just told you I play this, and I played exactly what they told you. So his prep worked, and I did not prep at all. Well, I did just the wrong stuff because you had no games online. because you haven't played chess in 4 years. And you were at 1200, but you played like a 2000, so very nice. You should be proud. Are you going to continue playing tournaments after this?
Yeah, probably. It's like I had a lot of fun like playing this tournament.
Nice. And this was your first tournament in a long time, you said.
Yeah, like my last game, I also like blundered the ending.
Yeah, the end games.
I was like two, and like blundered the queen. And lost.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh wow. Classic Botez gambit. Yeah, end games you'll get through experience. But I think you played like a 2000. You played a great game. What? Oh, he said his tournament's performance was. That's amazing. It's 200 points higher than where you're at. How many points did you get total?
4. No.
4.
I lost.
Oh, we had the same number of points.
Yeah. So like last 3 games, I lost 2 and drew this one.
I see.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, all right, chat. Do we have any other questions from the game or any questions for Goodmunder?
I have a question for you.
Okay.
How much chess are you planning to play in the next 2 months?
Well, actually, yesterday I got a big motivational speech from Alex Benzea because I was extremely tilted and I was spiraling. Sorry, you're gonna just have to sit through my emotional rant. And I would start spiraling, saying, "There's no point to study chess. I've been studying chess since I was 7. I never won nationals. I would put 6 hours a day every summer, and I would never get anywhere. And I'd play nationals, and I always get third, and I was throw." So then I went on this big rant that there's no point. And then he convinced me to practice chess, and so now I have a new plan, and I'm gonna play 2 hours of Blitz every day until our next tournament, which is in Spain on April 9th. And I'm gonna hit 2000, and I'm gonna qualify for the Olympiad, and I'm gonna vlog it all, and I am going to train chess, and I'm gonna be offline and sweaty, and I'm not gonna be streaming it, and no one's gonna know, and I'm gonna make an anonymous account so no one can prep for me anymore, and I'm gonna win, and I'm not gonna give up.
2 hours per day?
Yes. He said just 2 hours of 3-0 games, and then he'll get. I told him I'll do 1 hour a day. He's
1
the one who
hour,
said,
yeah.
Okay, 1 hour. Oh, but listen, okay, some days maybe 90 minutes. Okay, 1 hour a day, but that's what he said, and that's what I said. So yeah. But it's still good.
Keep in mind, you should be checking your alliance as well, and checking your openings a little.
No, I mean, the whole point of these tournaments was that Alex and I did no preparation whatsoever and before them, and didn't start preparing until the day of the first round in Prague. So now that I have understood some theory, I am going to start playing Blitz so that I can understand my lines. Because every game was like a position that I'd never seen before, because I used to hate studying chess. But now I have a new wave of motivation that I haven't felt in many, many, many years. And I'm coming out of retirement. I'm going for 2,000 feet.
Benzea deserves a raise.
Huh? Oh, Benzea. No, I know. He really convinced. I mean, yeah. I mean, I never really had a coach who really believed in me that much. And he convinced me to train. And I also think just playing these tournaments gave me a different perspective on it since I was a kid. Because when I was a kid, I would hate competing because it was all for college. But now I'm not a kid trying to get into the sweaty schools, and I can play and enjoy the game. Hammer gave me prep. He wasn't like a full-time coach. There's a difference. Hammer would prepare me for tournaments, but we wouldn't do lessons, so it wasn't throwing shade. I think.
Yeah, no shade felt, at least.
Listen, Romanians unite. What can I say? Hammer is too high level of a coach for me, okay? I need
I'm not sure that's the entire thing, Andrea, but let's go with that.
Okay.
Well, you do have a tendency of not listening to me when I tell you things.
Yes. Well,
and apparently that has now infected your sister.
Well, maybe there's a better way to teach them. Just kidding. No. Hammer, listen. Hammer has done an amazing job commentating, and he's been carrying the streams. And the reason I went with a different coach was because he specialized in the London, and the London is the opening that I've been playing my entire life. And he just has unlimited lines on the London and a chess ball on it. So it's very convenient for theory. and for lines that I was already playing.
Yes.
So yeah.
And had I coached you, you would be banned from playing the Jabava.
Exactly, and that's why Hammer is not my coach, because I love.
And
listen,
I am
what
the
my other goal-
commentator, so I have been trashing the Jabava for 2 weeks straight during these tournaments.
Okay, but when I reach 2,000 and when I qualify for the Olympiad, I'm learning a new opening. So you can be my
Thank
coach
you.
once I'm a 2,000
Yes,
player.
that-
But until then, I'm getting there with the Baba.
That seems okay-ish. One of the points I did make on stream, Andrea, is that because you play the Jabava, you don't have that much central control, and you're a lot more dependent on theory than actually just following general opening principles, because the Jabava London is kind of an opening that requires immediate action instead of relying on general principles.
So what opening for white would you recommend for me instead? Because to be honest, I was losing all the games with black. White was going pretty decent for all of the games.
No, but no, I mean, I
But I
wouldn't.
do want to learn a new opening once I'm 2,000.
I would recommend the same as Alexandra's playing, right? I mean, I would maybe do the Catalan as white, and I would do I would keep the King's Indian as black. I mean, it suits you very well. You just need to kind of there's something about your aggression levels that sometimes get out of hand.
Yeah.
But since you have that aggression to begin with, it feels like the King's Indian is the right opening for you.
Yeah, well, it's ironic that all the games with white I did really, really well, and all the games with black, but it's still the white repertoire that I need to change.
Yeah, so maybe you don't really need to change, like you said, right? You can the Jabava is working. You can go with the Jabava until you make 2,000, and then you first start out doing your black openings, which are fine. You just need to be better at the plans in them, and then you can go look for a new white opening once you're more kind of happy with the strategic parts of your black repertoire.
Okay, well, I didn't win today, but I won. This
Queen
is a win in
E8
my
was
book.
very interesting
Never
yesterday.
actually-
Or was it
It
the
was
day?
my theory. It was my lines. Yes.
Yeah.
Queen E8. But I misplayed it and I didn't go C6 properly because I knew again. No, I've had also, if you want you're excused. I won't hold you hostage anymore because I'll probably keep rambling for a little bit.
Yeah.
But thank you so much for the game. Congratulations. And yes, we'll see you around. Okay, I feel bad because I was just holding him hostage while I was
No,
ranting.
that was actually very mature of you, what you just did.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was gonna go on for so long. Okay, I was gonna say one last thing. Okay, this was my other takeaway. Final note, I've learned, okay, I always thought this was very corny, and when I was in middle school and high school, I'd always write fake essays about this, and I didn't actually believe in it, but now I do believe in it. And I do think chess reflects life a lot, and I think I've learned a lot from playing this tournament where all the grandmasters say that I'm and that, oh god, it's really quiet.
We lost you
And
after
that's
all the grandmasters say.
Well, okay, so I've recognized that my issue with chess is kind of patience and time management. That's why I play really aggressive and I go for tactics too often. And that's why I'm always down like an hour on the clock. Which is kind of the same way that I am in life, where I'm late to everything and I never get time right, and I'm very impatient and I don't like waiting for things. So I'm gonna, after this tournament, take that all in and try to change my playstyle based on this new life wisdom, and maybe it'll improve my overall well-being.
But what's the causation, right? If you are late and whatever, do you then need?
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, it's alright. It's alright.
Is this yours?
Yes.
Do you want this?
Yeah, just give me.
And this?
Yes.
And this?
Yep. Thank you so much.
Yes. Congratulations. I don't know why I said that. Okay, what was it?
Do you need to adjust to your own way of being, or do you want to adjust your way of being? I guess is what I'm asking.
So you're saying embrace. So you're saying embrace the flaws and continue to play aggressive, but just find lines that capitalize on the aggression. And
Yes.
well, time management's a discussion later. Also a good point. You know what? I kind of like that better. Yeah. Maybe we just need more aggressive openings. Because that's the thing. Like, okay, sometimes, I'll put my knight back where it came from and I'll do the crab and I'll play like Grandmaster. But sometimes I want to have a little fun. And it gets a little boring when you have to play like Grandmaster all the time. And I really enjoy chess the most when I'm being really aggressive and I'm playing for tactics. But listen, I can Grandmaster every now and then. But, it'd be nice to have a little bit of variety.
But like you can play for tactics and centralize your pieces.
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't have to be one or the other.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah. I also thought I would have fixed my time management by the end of day 20 of playing chess. But somehow I still ended up with 30 seconds versus 30 minutes.
Yeah, it was actually worse now than it's ever been.
Yeah, I don't know. Every day I would look myself in the mirror and say, today you're going to be on time. And well, the first day, I was on time. And then the next day I was late. And then the next day I was late and there was a windstorm and it was really rainy and I forgot. And then I just never made it on time again. But me actually showing up late to the game has nothing with me being down time because then I make it all back. And then I always think that I'm telling myself to play fast, but somehow I think 30 minutes on one move. And I don't know why this keeps happening.
Yeah. No, time management is very difficult, but yeah, something needs to be done.
It'll fix itself. I think it's a skill issue, and that's why I'm gonna train 1 hour every day till April 9th. I'm actually very serious about the training arc, chat, and I'm gonna vlog it. And I want to make a bigger video about my chess goals and attempting to reach 2,000 and attempting to qualify for Olympiad. Maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. But I'm gonna try to train. If I could box for 3 hours a day.
Are you playing the Zonal?
I don't know when it is. When is the Zonal?
Next week?
Oh shit. Frick. No, I'm playing the Spain tournament. But Zonal, I would have a chance at getting a title, right? Where is it? In Canada?
I think so. I mean, it's a Canadian Zonal, so I assume.
I'll look into it. I know that you told Stream that you can get titles through it, which I'm going to Sweden for a week, but I don't know. If it would be like a huge, I could keep up the momentum, maybe. My birthday's in a week, but it'd be sad to lose a chance. May bring some luck, but knowing me, probably would be unlucky.
No,
but
I mean, to me, it sounds like too tough of a schedule, but
yeah,
especially if you're not planning for it.
Yeah, but we have our next tournament. Did Alex give you guys the updates about our next tournament or no?
She said something about Sardinia.
Is that in? Where is that?
That's
in Spain?
No, it's an island in the Mediterranean, just south of Corsica.
Well, I don't think we're going there. I think we're going to Spain on April 9th.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Well, anyways.
That's a Spanish island. That's also an island. It's part of the Palma de Mallorca, but further south.
Okay, well, that's where we're going. Whatever. Well, I'm not gonna lie. Actually, I'm not sharing. I'm so embarrassed. I'm not gonna share this. But anyways, chat, our next chess tournament is gonna be April 9th, and it's gonna be in Spain. It's one game a day. It's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be by the beach, and I'm gonna train for it. So hopefully you guys don't have to watch me lose so many times. But that's the next plan. Probably can't make it to zonals because I'm going to Sweden to be in the studio for a week. And then we have to go to America. And then
wait, what are you saying? Studio for a week?
Well, okay, for 4 or 5 days, the studio. For 5.
Oh, you're not just going there to see Anna?
No, I'm going there for music.
Oh, that's cool.
No, I'm not.
Did everyone know that it was for music?
Yeah. I mean, okay. I'm going to be staying with Anna, but I'm going to be, I'm releasing, we actually just pitched our first track that's going to come out on Spotify in 2 weeks. And we have like 3 other tracks that are done. So meanwhile, while I prepare for the chess tournament, we're going to have our music ready so that by the time I play the next tournament, music is out and the DJ channel's running. Yes, but that'll be a whole other thing. But I'm really excited, and I'm going to just. My mentor lives in Sweden. She's really amazing. She's been teaching me everything, and I'm gonna just work with her in person a little bit. Be very cool, and why not while I'm here? So I'm very excited.
Sounds good. Do you have anything you want to add?
Well, you know, I wanted to do better, and I was very disappointed. These last 3 days were very brutal. But I learned to not set my expectations too high. I try to be more realistic. And going into this with absolutely no training whatsoever and doing all the preparation literally on the ground when we got here, I don't think I should be that disappointed. And that's why I'm very motivated to practice. And hopefully, it won't be like my childhood where practice had no output. And hopefully, we will see some more progress in the next tournament.
Do you want to know how many points you gained?
Probably like what, 20 or 30? Probably not very much.
No.
How many?
No, you know, not that many. Like you said,
How many?
it's not more than 80, 50.
Well, yeah, I mean, okay, 30 is still good, you bastard. That's still like, wait, what was I? I was 1860. What was my rating? Does anyone know my rating? What one was I?
I don't know.
Was I? I might even be 1900. No.
Yeah.
Oh, I was 1825. Just kidding. Okay, numbers, whatever. Rating's just a number.
Yeah,
I'm disturbing
sure.
the peace.
You
Anyways.
gained 12 points this tournament.
Jesus Christ, that's depressing.
It's still a plus,
You're like
right?
1880 overall? Oh, I'm 1880, Hammer.
Yeah.
I'm 1880 now.
Because you're
Okay, that's
getting
almost
prog
like-
in addition to what you have now.
Okay, well, you know, I was 1630 since I was 15, so for the last 5 years. So we're still happy about 1870.
Yeah.
It may be underrating, but it is way above anything I've been my entire life because I never got to play FIDE, so I'm happy about it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I just regret
well-
asking if you wanted to know, and then you were disappointed with 30.
Well, why would you ask me then? You
Yeah,
knew I
no,
would be
because I didn't realize you were going to be
thought I was
disappointed with 30.
that. I was expecting to be 1900 by the end of this, but again, I didn't train, and there were lots of learning lessons, and I'm no longer super duper salty about the losses as I was yesterday. I have grown past and understand that my opponents just simply played better chess, but that's why I'm going to train and win.
Yes. Sounds good.
That's all. Yeah. Anyways, well, chat. Yeah, we've grown. We've adulted. That's what chess does to you. Adulting. Okay, it's really silent in here. So, okay, chat. Well, I guess this is the last stream for like till potentially till April 9th, maybe sooner. Alex and I want to do some stream plans. We're gonna be traveling for another week. Oh wait, Alex is doing poker soon.
Yeah,
Alex
and
is
she's
playing some
also
poker.
doing Nike the day after tomorrow.
Ah, yes. So cool, Nike. Go sports.
Do you think you didn't get the sponsorship because you were wearing Adidas in Prague?
Yeah, that was the reason. No, I think they certain brands like to go for more mature demographics, and that's why I get Converse sponsors and Alex gets Nike.
Okay.
It's all right.
Yeah.
We're not too upset about it. Yeah.
Alexandra is very much the 30 plus demographic, is what you're saying?
No, I mean I love Nike. I'm just saying that I'm glad she got the Nike sponsorship and I didn't, because I think it makes sense, and I'm very happy for her.
Okay.
And I did get to make my own Converse, so I'm not upset.
Okay.
So
see you around.
All right, chat. Thank you, everybody. You guys have been amazing. Seriously, the main motivation also for me to get better at chess. So hopefully all this stuff pays off. I'm going to Sweden in a day, and we're gonna be working on some music. We have a new DJ set coming out. Hopefully in the next couple days. Command DJ, if you want to hear my music, and if not, you'll see our chess stuff on YouTube. I did film a game recap for the second channel. Don't know where it went, but I'm curious what you guys will think of my game recaps. Maybe I'll do more. I was potentially gonna cover my 5-hour draw against the FIDE Master, but we'll see what people think. and I appreciate all the positive vibes. And thank you, Hammer, for carrying us all the way through. You were a real one. I hope your lamb tasted delicious.
I'll continue eating it once I hang up with you.
Oh, final question. We should send the raid. Do we know who we want to raid? Who should we raid, chat? Is there any chess streamers on? No. Hammer's gonna be busy in our next tournament because he has to do commentary for Hikaru. But I guess priorities. Chessbra will raid Chessbra.
I had a big discussion with Alexandra on whether it was fair of her and I guess you to expect me to drop everything when you're inviting me last minute to the prom.
Hammer, if you dropped candidates commentary for Hikaru, who is competing, which is probably one of the most hype in competitive chess and in the streamer world, I would be upset. So just know we tease, and it's very cool. And I hope chat watches your commentary. And luckily, we'll be at different hours, so you can watch both of us. And hopefully, we can find a commentator who can perform at Hammer's caliber. It will be difficult, but we shall search. And we're very grateful, and I think it's a very good commentary, so we will just miss you. That's all.
Aww.
Yes. But maybe I'll find a commentator who likes the Jabava London. So, all right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. We're going to raid the chess bras. We'll see you guys soon. Hearts and chats. Thanks, everyone. And April 9th, we will be back from Spain by the beach. No longer in the wind where the ocean blows you away because it was really cold over here. Okay, I'm gonna send the raid. Bye, chat. Thank you, everybody. See you soon. Okay, Hammer, I raided.